The following is brought to you in part by a grant from the Foundation for White Wellbeing.
You've likely heard the terms anti-white or anti-whiteism, which is defined as thoughts, actions, and policies hostile to white people. But is it just a passing fad, found on social media and American colleges, or a serious issue that should concern Australians? Well, if it is a serious concern, we would expect to find examples of anti-whiteism spread throughout Australia's major institutions. Let's look at these institutions to see if this is in fact the case, starting with education. Students in a Melbourne high school were asked to stand up if they were white, male and Christian and were labelled oppressors. Healthcare. The nursing board required all white nurses to apologise for their white privilege before treating Aboriginal patients under a new code they described as a decolonising model. Politics. A member of parliament referred to a man as a, quote, white little cunt outside a Melbourne business. Entertainment. The host of a popular reality TV series condemned the show as, quote, incredibly white. Sports. Football fans were told at an AFL semi-final that the Welcome to Country ceremony was not for white people. These are just a few examples of anti-whiteism in Australia, which typically receive very little coverage, if any at all. Subsequently, there's a total lack of accountability or addressing the root cause. So should anti-whiteism concern us? Well, in the case of Dreamtime people, it's widely accepted that without a sense of pride and strong connection to their history, their culture, and their community, they are often fated to a life of hopelessness and self-destruction. White people are no different. When we're told that we must feel ashamed of our history, that we are collectively guilty, that we have no history or culture and are the villains, the consequences are the same. Anti-whiteism fuels problems in our community, such as broken families, drug abuse, mental illness, suicide, porn and gaming addiction, and the general opting out of a society to which they feel they don't belong, and it's especially harmful to our children. But it doesn't have to be this way. There are practical ways you can combat anti-whiteism in your daily life using the Go Free method, which won't harm your personal or professional relationships or be misunderstood as hateful. We will cover this in a future video.
We can make an impact, grab and then take it. trying to tear us apart. They throw their stones, but I've got a brave heart. I'm proud of my roots, I won't be ashamed. With fire in my soul, I'll never be tamed. They want us silent, but I'll raise my voice. With every ounce of strength, I'll make my choice. No more shadow, I'll step into the light. With pride in my blood, I'll stand and fight. No white guilt, I'll carry the flame. In this fight for our honor, I'll stake my claim. With every heartbeat, I'll stand my ground. In a world of chaos, my voice will resound. They try to erase us, rewrite the past, but the strength of our heritage is built to last. I'll shout it from the rooftops, let the truth be known. With every step I take, I'm never alone. They can't take my spirit, they can't take my pride. With my brothers beside me, I'll never hide. Together we'll rise, we'll break through the night. With courage in our hearts, we'll win this fight. No white guilt, I'll carry the flame. In this fight for our honor, I'll stake my claim. With every heartbeat, I'll stand my ground. In a world of chaos, my voice will resound. So here I stand, unyielding and proud. In the face of the hate, I'll shout it loud. No more guilt, no more chains to bind. With pride in my heritage, I'll never unwind. We'll carry the torch, we'll light up the night. In this battle for truth, we'll stand and fight. With strength in our hearts, and pride in our soul, we'll rise together, we'll take control. No white guilt, I'll carry the flame. In this fight for our honor, I'll stake my claim. With every heartbeat, I'll stand my ground. In a world of chaos, my voice will resound. No white guilt, I'm proud of my name. In this world of darkness, I'll never feel shame.
When there's nothing left but the fire in my chest and the air that fills my lungs, I'll hold my tears and trade my ears for a glimpse at kingdom come. On the other side of misery, there's a world we long to see. The strife we share will take us there to relief and sovereignty. Oh my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. In our own towns, we're foreigners now. Our names are spat and cursed. The headline smack of another attack, not the last and not the worst. Oh, my fathers, they look down on me. I wonder what they feel to see their noble sons driven down beneath a coward's heel. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. dark, the way is lost. My eyes, they strain to see. I struggle forth to find a friend to light the way for me. Oh, brothers, can you hear my voice, or am I all alone? If there's no fire to guide my way, then I will start my own. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. My God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've got so many stories about this and how they are hurting us and getting at us. We have the Go Free lesson of the day. It's a bunch of MPs and MCs. How do we get back at them? Love is blind. It's only skin color. And slavery made whites wealthy. Wouldn't you know? Do we have some answers for those things? And we're looking forward to seeing what you have to say as well. It's your comments. It's your questions. And it is this. Despite the salesman's cautionary tales about being very honest around the robot, a father buys the beta version of a humanoid robot that operates as a lie detector. When it detects a lie, it slaps the liar in the face. The father had been having trouble with his son, so at dinner he decided to test out the robot. Son, what did you do this afternoon? I did some homework, said the son. The robot turned toward the son and bitch slapped him. Okay. I went to a friend's house and we watched a movie, responded the son, rubbing his sore face. What movie? Asked the father, not knowing if he should believe his son. We watched Toy Story, offered the son, turning back to his dinner, which prompted the robot to stand up and slap the back of the son's head, slamming his face into his bowl of soup. Jesus, okay, shouted the son, wiping his face off with a napkin. We watched a porn. A porn, shouted the father. I didn't even know what a porn was at your age. Shockingly, the robot turned and slapped the father right out of his chair. The wife spat out her drink laughing. Watching a porn? He's definitely your son, she announced. A second before, the robot slapped her in the face. Oh my God, welcome to White Wellbeing. It is Church of the West, ladies and gentlemen. It is glorious to be here with you all in this, a Sunday where the best of the white race, Western kind, come together in service to white well-being to recapture our destiny. It is 5 p.m. in the once great state of Virginia, across from Mordor on the Potomac. It is 7 in Sydney, 10 in London, midnight in Moscow. And you better be careful about those truth robots. You see, you never know what's going to come to light. You never know. You never know. As we are now in the great month of October, we have Columbus Day at beautiful Westman. He's one of the best, a beautiful Westman. And of course, we have Halloween. Halloween is coming up. Looking forward to that. And the fall decorations are popping out. You can't even see. There are some pumpkins over here, some miniature pumpkins, and some miniature pumpkins over by the brain in a frame. Who could that be, ladies and gentlemen? Go on the wall. It is glorious. If you would like to financially gift while we are together here today, you could do so on the Dude Bro Moment platform, aka Entropy, up and running gloriously. You can also do so with the app that permits cash, and you'll find both of these in the description over there on YouTube, as well as at nowhiteguilt.org. After clicking on the financial gift tab, it's amazing how this works. We also have Subscribestar up and running, and I'll be keeping an eye on that, as well as Premium Rumble over here to my left, your right, D Live. And for comments, you have all of those. You have all of those, as well as YouTube and Adosi up and running. You'll tag me as @NoWhiteGuilt while we're together in this Church of the West Sunday gathering. Thank you all for coming over for Church of the West, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you all for being here. You are the absolute best. The best, the bellissimo. You are the best when it comes to the white race. And God bless every single one of you for being here. Let's give a 07 and some raucous emojis to the Australian GFC for that video we opened today. We played it a couple times now, and they deserve many rounds of applause. It was in the making. A lot of intelligence went into it, and I surmise it will be very, very successful for our brothers and sisters. Big salutes to the brothers and sisters down under. God bless every single one of you around planet Earth. We are almost on every single continent in service to white well-being. The great Brand Danger, Dean Danger, School of the West is here, ladies and gentlemen, and he's looking magnificent. He's already making it happen in the live chat. Make sure you show the man some love. Make sure you appreciate also the great jokes, the great quips that the Brant and Franklin and so many others, Tall Sin, Cool Papa J Magic, over the course of the gathering. We have the best, the funniest people in the white race as well. Watch out for that lie detector. We have so many champions, though, telling jokes in the live chat as well as carrying forward. I see we have Just the Mrs. Savage Monday, Dallas Malloy over here on Premium Rumble. And who else do we have? I know we'll have some others show up. Land of the Fae, good to see you. And we have folks showing up over here. We have Seamus McCarthy. This is where white well-being is sealed into the world, that it keeps flowing. Prometheum hails. God bless you and great to see you. True hero and champion, a knight of the white table. God bless him. And so we also have Christopher is with us over here on X. You can talk to me in the live chat over there on X. Make sure you tag me as No White Guilt. Make sure you repost, retweet, etc. Bring people in, as many as you can, because the grains of sand in the hourglass are running out, ladies and gentlemen. So we're going to have to get on top of that. You can also financially give to the premier institution in service to white well-being, and that is the Foundation for whitewellbeing.org. Head on over there. It's a 501c3 tax exempt. You can think of entities that fight for their people in the different races of mankind. And this is what our foundation is all about. If you would like that tax-exempt donation coming to yours truly, which we have businesses are matching, and they're okay by that, and they're good because they're like, it's white well-being. You can get on board, and when you financially gift that, when you donate that way, I should say, please tag yours truly as the destiny of that donation. I deeply appreciate it. Head on over to nowhiteguilt.org as an opportunity to find that foundation link there as well, if you'd rather not tap it in yourself. And you will find also so many other things there. White Wellbeing Chat GPT made by the great For Null. And you will find some other. And we got another. We're going to be celebrating the Westman Dino Storm, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to be celebrating. It's available. Let's finish on video game. Another. It's amazing the kind of things that we do here. Look down into the description on YouTube under the videos of these live streams, and you'll find there is a list there of music makers, and some of them are legit and really quite magnificent. musicians. 99% of the music we play here are in-house created. Can you imagine? It's truly amazing. There's no other community doing this. No other community, actually a community of the heart and soul, you might even say the biospirit of the white race. And you know who you are. God bless every single one of you. You'll also see clips of yours truly. And there are marvelous clip makers here, and they make clips of various size. But even for you people out there that have the attention span of a gerbil, and you're like, it's 4.5 hours. What am I supposed? Well, you could break it up. You know, you could watch a half hour here and a half hour. What? How could I even do that? I don't even understand. I got no time. I'm always busy drinking. I'm always big Bud Light. I'm always drinking growing man tits. That's what I do with all the estrogen mimickers in my beer. And I just don't even have time. I want to come and complain that the guy has too much stamina. It's way too much stamina. My wife said he's got a lot of stamina. Anyhow, we got some things we're going to talk about today. Why don't we get in them? A quick update on the information that I have been sharing. All of these the conspiracy theories. I'm so sick of these none of these people are serious. I was so astonished at the absolute sickening number of conspiracy tards that are out there spreading conspiracies about Kirk and the assassination, and not a single one of them speaking to what we spoke to when it comes to the movement of his hair and his shirt at exactly the same time and how that could happen. Not a single one addressing that. And I even went to my dad and I said, Dad, how can you believe these? But my dad's like, they're retarded, son. You know this. You know the masses are just and I was like, I know. Literally, medically, and it's worse than you think, Father. The population has become even worse than you even could imagine. That is how the proliferation of these. So a fascinating thing happened that I have to share just as a very brief update here. And I'll pop this up on the screen. You know, I've been sharing because I thought, and I just wanted to prove to myself again, that none of these people that are into these conspiracies, these conspiratards, none of them are actually interested in resolving anything. None. I mean, there may be, you go to a chat here or there, you go to a space here or there, and there are going to be good people, you know, mixed in. And, you know, the people get lost all the time and they don't even know where they are. And then they look around and they're like, holy I'm in a group of conspiratards. Well, how do I get out? Where's the exit? And so there are going to be some legit people. But I went out and I even went on a space, 1,500 plus people, and barely several handfuls of them were legitimate, wanting to actually figure something out. They are literally like the dirty kids from public school. Do you remember the ones? The dirty kids who had no talents, had no physical talent. They had no great mental talent. They could get by. You know, they were like D's, C's, and B's students. They could get by, but otherwise they were kind of dirty. They were kind of standoffish. It's those kids. They're just adults now. They're just this neoteny has followed them right into adulthood. They're just adults now, and so they just want to play. I literally went onto a space, and I say, you know, let me try. I tried several places. I went on different YouTube channels where they were talking about the conspiracies, and I said, hey, you know, I got an answer for how the hair and the shirt moves. You know, open to being corrected. If there's ever any new evidence, I'll take a look at any new evidence. But here is an elegant and simple way that the shirt moves like this, the hair moves like that. And it could be that it's absolutely from Tyler Robinson's bullet, or it could be that the speaker juncture exploded and sent a projectile through his neck. So pick your poison, if you will. And, you know, if you really want to blame Israel, if you really want to blame, who knows who you're going to blame next. But who knows who it is. And if you want, you could say it's the speaker junction, or you could say it's the Tyler Robinson, whatever it is, you could say. And I show up and I'm writing different iterations. And of course, I'm watching on a different account. And wouldn't you know it, YouTube has blocked all 100% of my comments. Isn't it strange that 100% of my comments related to this explanation, worded differently, no no URLs, no links attached. Of course, I know you can't copy and paste a comment repeatedly across platforms. I could write about other things in people's live chats or people's threads, rather, of their YouTube videos. No problem. Goes right up. I talk about in a reworded way the speaker junction and this, and it's all of a sudden zilch. Meanwhile, you have people posting repeatedly about the most inane shit that you could ever imagine. The camera that isn't to his right, which is where it would have to come from to cross the brainstem, and of course be a little bit lower there. It would have to hit higher, or the camera would have to be lower. People can write about that repeatedly. People can write about robotic dragonflies, and in fact, and they can write about it repeatedly, and it shows up. YouTube's got no problem with that. But if the really smart, high foreheaded guy with all of the white race's genetic spiritual heritage in his lineage, if that guy gets in there and starts talking about a speaker juncture and the wire's doing this and the wire doing that, suddenly that's blocked. But if that same guy wants to go post, "Hi, how are you all doing?" on YouTube threads, well, some reason that goes up. For some reason, some group of people have decided that the speaker junction on an earpiece, surveillance radio earpiece, can't be discussed. I don't know why that is. Normally, the conspiracy tards would get very excited. They would get in a way that, is kind of pornographic. You wouldn't want to talk. They would get very excited over something that's being blocked everywhere. But not this, because it is too sublunary for them, because it is too ordinary, because it is too realistic, because it is too possible for it to work out this way. And so instead, demonstrating that they're just a bunch of children, neoteny following them throughout the totality of their lives, they drop that subject matter and they want to talk about, as happened on this space. I came on and I was like, 60 seconds is all I need to describe exactly what happened. These people, by the way, Ian Carroll was in the audience as well. Zero interest in what I was talking about. Zero. He had no interest whatsoever. It is not extraordinary enough. It is not extraterrestrial enough to get them off, the conspiratards. So I jump in there and I share what I said. 60 seconds is all I need for the elegant solution about what happened. Zero. No talking about it. Before that, this space was Ask Tree Godfather. He was there popping off. People just blah, 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 going at it with each other. I come in there and say this, silence, crickets. And then they immediately change it. And a guy with a Jewish last name decided he was going to try to insult me a little bit and then say, I didn't really mean it. And then completely change the subject matter. But make no mistake, they got right back to the conversation about robotic dragonflies. I shit you not. And how could DARPA have already, are they really available already? And all of this subject matter, totally irrelevant, whether or not the robotic dragonflies did it. Absolute children. I don't even have to pull up the tweet, because in the tweet, all I said, by the way, the tweet deboosted as well. Only several hundreds of the 30,000+ followers that I have were allowed to even see the tweet. So I wonder, could it be because your hierarch of the West has hit upon something here? Could it, or is it just that it's boring? Is it just that there's nothing legitimate to it at all? It's just boring. Or could it be because some group behind the scenes have decided, hey, let's have them talk about robotic dragonflies. That'll lead them in the wrong direction. What? He said, no, censor that shit into oblivion. No one will ever hear about the speaker juncture. And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go ahead and jump into one other silly thing before we get into our first story. Our first story about Vagistan, a country that I would normally love to invade. I could barely fit, but I would love to try. Except in this case, the Vagistan, not really. It's more like an Al-Qaeda of Vagistan, and there's all kinds of beheadings and nastiness going on. We don't want to visit that Vagistan, I can tell you that. It's coming up, though, in just a minute. First thing I got to take a look at. I feel like I poke the beehive of the conspiratards, and boy, they don't like it. Now I'm going to poke the beehive of the you can't go to space. It's impossible. Because I saw a clip. And by the way, even if you are one of these poor souls that have succumbed to this notion that we've never gone to space and we didn't walk on the moon, if you're white, it's the dumbest thing in the world to disavow our achievement walking on another planet. Yes, I know it's a moon, and we have descriptions of what, but it's still another spherical body, spheroid in the universe that we have Western kind, a small step for, I don't know, mankind, giant leap for Western kind is how it should have been articulated. But we weren't around then. I'm sure Neil Armstrong, the white race back then, would have been they were much healthier. They would have been more amenable to Western kind as our identifier. Make no mistake. So why disavow that? One of our greatest achievements. Do you think the Jews, if they walked on the moon, that they would just, do you think if they found out later that the whole thing was done in a movie studio, do you think they would tell anybody? Holy shit. Take a page out of a book of a successful people, for the love of God. So I came across this. I know we're rolling. We're going to get right into this story, but I got to show you this. I saw this on Instagram, and I had to respond to it. Take a look at this astronaut and what he says here. And this is how these people mislead you.
First time we're going to send humans to the moon, and we're going to have humans in low Earth orbit. That is awesome. Like, we should, as humanity, we should take a brief moment to go, that's awesome. This is the first time we're going to send humans to the moon. This is the first time we're going to.
And this is how they mislead people who are either midwits or midget wits or don't have the time to investigate themselves. Although I must say, this took me exactly 120 seconds to find out what actually was being said here at this briefing, at this press briefing. This guy is involved and has been involved. It's an entire team. It is called the Artemis team. And they have already sent a satellite to the moon. They've already sent it. And now, for the first time, we, the Artemis team, are going to send people to the moon. And all of humanity should be excited about that. We, the Artemis team, not we, humanity. This is how, I mean, I swear, maybe some people could see this and they're so dumb that they come to the conclusion that he's obviously, somehow, he didn't get the memo. Well, golly gee, Wally, get in here. Why didn't this astronaut get the memo that we're still pretending we walked on the moon? I mean, give me a break. End of that. We, the Artemis team. Harvard hires drag queen named Lahore Vagistan as visiting professor. Well. Is she talking about Lahore? No. Harvard, Lahore. What a disgrace Harvard is. I mean, at what point do we burn Harvard to the ground and start over? A white man's creation. Azimuth Clark is in the house. He says, I'm sick of anti-whiteism. Lost Pilgrim's Journey, the tree godfather, Goofus is here. Boy, we have a victory to celebrate today, a real world work environment victory, where the executives asked, what now? What is this about anti-whiteism? Are you ready for a shocker? You just wait until you find out of another enormous, nobody else having victory. No one else, period. No one else having. We have so many victories, we can't even get to them all. Real world, real, your real name at your place of work that would absolutely ruin you if you shared anything else. But in the case of the advocate for white well-being that we're going to be celebrating later, brings it to the attention of the hierarchy. The executives take a look at anti-white, anti-whiteism, anti-white narrative, and they said, we're going to fix that because we aren't anti-white. Holy shit! Holy shit! This is why does anybody go anywhere else? Well, you're going to find out more about the victory. You can look on your screen right now and you can see what is this called according to the Go Free Dialogic. This, my friends, is the white erasure of our norms. Yes, more of those live emojis. I can see them now on the screen. More of the live emojis for the faster feedback. I broke out. I got my moose mug, and he doesn't take any shit, ladies and gentlemen. He'll run right through the mug. Studio Dino Storm in the house. How many proofs of victory do you need, right? Here we go. There's that no white guilt guy. He's a Jew or he's a cop. He's probably both and a Fed. He's probably not even American. And he's just clearly trying to steer us the wrong way by gaining all of these massive victories for white people. I just figured it out just now. I figured it out just now. He's tricking us by getting massive real-world victories for white people. And then everybody will get on board. And that's how he's tricking us. That's the tards that so many are lit. This is white erasure of our norms. White erasure of our norms, white erasure of our people at an institution that we built that was 100% white when we built it, that was 100% white when we stocked it full of the worthwhile information, when it used to produce, it used to take the white population. Why should it take anyone else? I'm serious. Everyone who is not white that gets into Harvard should be kissing the hand of every white person, metaphorically. Thank you for letting me in. This was what you all built. This is what you all did. Thank you for letting me in. The gratitude. Instead, the population of white males, in particular, the population of whites in generally, plummeting below our percentage of the population of a country that we used to operate, that we used to control. Every place in the West looking the exact same way. And this is what anti-whiteism does. Do you think that Lahore, Vagistan, do you think that, and it sounds to me like Lahore here needs a lot of Lumi, going to need some Lumi in those parts, especially because those female parts, for some reason on this particular female, are on the outside of the body. How would you like, just wait, and that's what they'll be saying. Oh, that's not a penis. You see, that's an external vagina. That's what it is. That's an external vagina. You need to appreciate it as one. Just imagine, that's where we're going. So here you have this foul creature, in my opinion. Of course, I'm sure he or she, or I don't even know. We got to get into the article to find out exactly what it calls itself. But do you think that they installed Lahore, the whore? Though I bet you that's like the really accurate thing about this person. Can you imagine? They did not install this person to be an affront to Jews, to be an affront to blacks, to be an inversion of Arab norms, to be an inversion. Oh, my mouth. Is the audio out of sync with the video? Let me try to fix that really quickly to see if this will do it. How about now? Am I back in sync or no? If not, I'll have to reach out. Repost to the stream, Ivan. Thank you, good brother. Anti-Vilification League is here. Good to see you. Cool Papa J Magic said very slightly, but what after the change? What after the change? What after I dropped back and came back? Is it still out of sync? Because that will be upsetting. Wanderer says it's fine for him. Do you think they put Lahore into this position to be an affront to Arabs? To be an affront to Asians? No, this is white erasure. This is to be an inversion of our norms. What white people believe are male and female and how they should present. And so this is, and then they go to our institutions, whether it's our institutions of learning or institutions of religion. They go to these places where they can inflict the most harm, the most affront. That's where they go, where it is white. And that's what's happened to Harvard, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see here. Kubahanda Kandi is perhaps best known for his stage name, Lahore Vajistan. So he comes in there to be a professor, and maybe comes is a bad word for that, comes in there to be a professor at Harvard as his stage name, a persona that the academic has made an integral part of their pedagogy. I'm sure. Yeah, you go dig that word out of there for teaching. Rapunzel says it's okay, but not perfect. God damn it. God damn it. What's responsible for this? Anti-white bastards. All right. Look at that. In an interview, so obviously, Harvard, all of these institutions are captured by anti-whiteism. There's no taking them back. There's no climbing up through. There's no getting them all fired. The only path to the recapture of these institutions, of the church, of our lodges, of our city councils, etc., is to supplant the social morality of the West. And that is what Go Free does. It's winning. It just won at this place of employment. Even the executives got in on it and said, what the heck? We can fix this, and we're going to fix this. This is being done by this community. It works. No more conversation about it. This is what anti-whiteism produces. This interesting person should be, I don't know, selling feathered caps in San Francisco or something, whatever. Selling feathered berets and saying, not in higher educational institutions, especially Ivy League, but nowhere, in my opinion. This individual is there because it's an affront to our sensibilities. In an interview with his own drag persona published by Johns Hopkins University Press. We were talking about decades ago how all of these institutions, Ivy League universities, etc., before they had this many visible affronts to our sensibilities, so that even midwits and midgewits can look at it and say, holy God, that's... Even when they were still presentable, we were telling people that you couldn't look to these entities anymore for leadership, for guidance, for what's legitimate. You couldn't look to it anymore because they had been captured by anti-whites. You couldn't give your heart and loyalty to these institutions because they had been captured. Do you want the alumni, the white alumni, to turn against places like Harvard, places like Princeton, etc.? Do you want them to turn against it? The only way to get them to turn against it is to supplant the moral imperative in the West, which is the anti-white immoral imperative, this social morality. Supplant it, displace it with the white positive moral imperative, which was just demonstrated in this massive business and demonstrated so many other times, and will continue to be demonstrated. If you supplant it with this white positive morality, you can recapture our destiny. You can take these entities back. Lost Pilgrim's Journey says the unfit are outbreeding. It really doesn't matter. They could be, I get your point and I agree, but they could be producing less. They could all be having abortions. And there's still going to be the anti-white immoral imperative in society that will turn your white children into anti-whites. This is why I've always argued that more children won't help us. Not yet. Not yet. And besides, the white race did things that the world has never seen, achieved achievements that the world has, in my opinion, has never even fathomed with a tiny population compared to the number we have today. So we don't need more people. What we need is the morality, and then we win. The other problem is, even if all the anti-whites, white and every other race, were aborting every single one of their children, which they're not, and even if they weren't turning most of your white children into anti-whites, all of your white children into anti-whites of various degrees, even if they weren't doing that, they have the borders open. There's no competing with the numbers of people on planet Earth. You can't have enough kids. So no, I totally get what you're saying, and I agree with you. But far more important is this ideology, this morality that has to supplant and replace the social morality we are suffering under. Nameless one is here. Eva is here. David is here. Samuski. Satan can create too, not just God, but Satan's creations are all abominations of what God creates. Very well said, my brother. Reese is here. Franklinator and Patty and Corey and Cool Papa J Magic all in the house. Good to see you. Well, let's stroll up the Miss. This is Ms. Vagistan. My name is Lahore Vagistan. Can you just imagine? This thing will be doing commercials in the next 5 years. This one or just like it for feminine products. You watch. We don't supplant the anti-white immoral imperative. No worries. This thing will be doing commercials for and being paid big money for it. My name is Lahore Vagistan. My preferred pronouns are she or auntie. Isn't that sweet? Auntie. I choose Lahore because my family traces its origins to Pakistan, where Ms. Lahore here would go over real well. I promise you. In Pakistan. I wonder why you're in a Western country. And well, I'm a bit of a whore, the drag queen said. You don't say. And Vagistan, because this is the kind of thing that conservatives, the cucks, will look at, and they have our whole lives, and they'll laugh and they'll point and they'll say, make a meme out of it. Oh, it's funny. Well, we've been laughing and snarking our way from much healthier decades behind us. Every decade back is healthier than the one in front of it. Every single one. And what has been present the entire time is conservatives doing two things and misleading our population with those two. Either laughing at this sort of thing, primarily, or turning it into an abstraction. And as an abstraction, it fits into the category of, well, let's listen, let's love them, let's forgive them for their slights against us, let's embrace them. No, I don't embrace poison. Maybe you want to drink poison, maybe you want to ingest venom, but not healthy people. So we're not hearing that shit anymore. Look at what's happened to our churches. They've been ingesting the anti-white venom for generations, and now look at them. They've got anti-white flags flying out front. They've got female preachers and priests and deacons. And they're teaching that this is what God wants. Because someone can think anything that they can imagine and envision. This kind of thing that used to be quarantined in the holiday of Halloween. Since they can think it at any point of the year, then it's obviously what God wants. I don't think so. It's the exact opposite. I know so. Fagistan will teach just 2 classes over the course of 2 semesters, I guess to begin with, right? Because maybe you remember, take a look at this professor.
Box better than the box he was held in. I'm Mama D in the outer. I call him
Isn't he cute? Isn't he pretty? Let me put him big up. Look how pretty he is.
Daddy like powders. He like it when I get drunk, but I like it.
Yo, I'm in my 6-inch heels. That's what class is for. Now, what is class for?
When he be sober, that's
Oh, look, now he's going to do the hoe walk, I guess.
top of the top, but I know.
Unreal. A classroom is supposed to be stoic. A classroom is supposed to be a place where by various means of education, stoic compared to that, various means of educating white youth build upon our ancestors. They build upon what white people before them, brothers and sisters, have figured out so that we can continue our drive of mastery over ignorance, mastery over that which seeks to destroy us, mastery over the universe, the environment, mastery over those things, because that is what our spirit compels us to do. That is the thing that draws the white race more than anything, is to be like our Creator himself, acquire all of this knowledge, the known of the unknown, conquering that which seeks to conquer us, whether it's a people, an idea, a disease. That's what class is supposed to be for. It's supposed to improve. They've done the exact same thing. Anti-whites have done the exact same thing with the classroom that they did with art. What we refer to as art, they did the exact same thing. It is an abject, revolting inversion of what our biospirit calls us to define, to name and define those things as, and to give those things an objective in space and time. It's an inversion. So now the classroom, where you are supposed to, and this in the highest levels of learning, where you're supposed to be showing up, learning what those who have come before you have done, and climbing up on their shoulders to take it a step further, preserving what has come from the past, so that those who come after you can do the same, so that our lives can be better, so that we can be happier, live longer, live healthier, live safer, so that we can have all of these amenities, so that we can have all of these conveniences. That's where that's supposed to be taking place. Turned now on its head, and it has become a fucking whore catwalk for these pompous, showy anti-whites. That's what it's becoming. This is absolutely celebrated across the West. This is, and we're not celebrated. There are millions of white people that will tolerate this, as though it's just one classroom over here. Bill, Bill, don't get, don't talk too loud, Bill. Don't talk too loud. It's just one classroom. It's just, bitch, shut up. 0 that they are allowed to be an affront to our biospirit. It's just one. It's just one. And now it's almost all of them. So it begins with queer ethnography, which, by the way, for the longest time, conservatives would laugh about all of these classes that anti-whites were getting degrees in. They would laugh about all of the things like queer studies and equality studies and all of this kind of garbage, equity studies. Where are they going to get their job from? Huh? Where are they going to get their job? Nobody has a job waiting for them. They're just going to have debt. Well, they got jobs, didn't they? The businesses made entire departments to hire them. And they also got your job with that degree. Oh, yeah, but you needed an accounting degree? Doesn't matter. They still got your job with their queer studies degree. The latter class will apparently focus on the cable television show RuPaul's Drag Race. And that's Harvard for you. It's another street down there in San Francisco. Just another street down there in San Francisco. This would be a giant trade school or a series of trade schools. It would be run by Harvard, the president told reporters in the Oval Office. So this is the thing. Does it mention here or not? Yeah, it does. News of Vagistan's new gig emerged just days after Trump unfroze $2.5 billion, our dollars, for more of that garbage. In my opinion, our dollars funding that. Time to freeze it again. Time to freeze it again. You have these anti-whites that will talk about, and Trump was saying, it should be like a whole slew of trade schools to teach people how to do the jobs that the businesses of today and tomorrow need them to be able to do. That's not happening. And you're not going to be able to get away with, we'll freeze it for now. They say what needs to be said. You give them the money, and then this ends up happening. There are going to be more professors, a lot more, telling their truth, swinging their vaginas right there in classroom. You watch, I promise you. But this is what you get as a consequence of anti-whiteism. And if you don't address that social morality of anti-whiteism, you'll continue getting this. Remember all of the predictions of the conservatives out there about what would happen with these institutions. So people will just stop going, and businesses won't be able to hire all of these people. They won't have jobs, and they won't be able to get, and on and on. And so therefore it'll have to change as a consequence, because people are going to make economic decisions about going to university. And if they can't get money on the other end, if they can't get a job on it, they just won't go. Did it work out that way? Did it work out that way, conservatives? Time to stop ignoring race when race will never stop ignoring you. Why don't we go ahead and get into some quick news and laughs?
Now, do you believe me when I said I was going to take you to the desert? Are you going to take me more serious now, you discount guinea pig? And are you going to stop screaming at me all the damn time? It's so funny how your tone has changed. Lastly, will you show me some appreciation for what I do for you? Don't look away from me. Henry, get your ugly ass down from there. Now, get down from there, you curbside chipmunk. I'm serious. Get down here. Okay, fine. I'm going to tell your new girl I call you kissing a dude. Henry, do me a favor and do Ric Flair. Woo! Dude, you're better than that. One more time and say it like you mean it. Better. Not your best, but I'll take it. I'll tell you what. I'm sick and tired of you always screaming at me for no reason.
All right. I really love looking at videos of baby animals. Look at that baby animal. Oh my God, it's Sloth's baby picture. Yeah, I love looking at videos of baby animals.
Guys, I just wanted to point out to you that when they talk about how most of the violent crime is committed by white people, these are the white people. Mohammed Muzamil, race, white. Oh, and in Tennessee and Texas, this is the offender registry, and check out the white people. Texas's 10 most wanted fugitives? These are all white people. Like Benjamin Dominguez, Raul Jimenez, Larry Valdez, Juan Mariscal, Omar Cruz. Look at those top 5 white people. Or how about these white guys? Or maybe this very dangerous white man.
Look at, you want this to change? You're not going to be able to change somebody in charge, and then it will all get better. It's going to continue this direction. They'll be solidly non-white, not a trace of any white blood. And all of these people will be recorded as white until the records are no longer kept, because it will be considered diabolical, racist to keep such records.
Or these white fugitives. I just wanted to make that clear. This is what happens when you're looking at these stats. Like when you see these numbers and you're like, damn, white people are committing a lot of violent crime. Just take the time to look up who they're talking about.
Don't let your wife stop you from finding your soulmate.
Damn, whoa, Black Betty. Bam, bam, Black Betty had a child. Whoa, Black Betty.
Take a look at these. Disney parks are full of fat and single moms riding electric scooters around eating overpriced food. Look at this. This is what anti-whiteism has made of the white race. A bunch of single older mothers that are obese, and they're living as Disney adults. Thanks, anti-whiteism.
Some random bathroom in Kentucky.
That's badass. A group of black children surround and attack a white child while another white child tries to protect him by separating him from his attackers. One might say that it's biospiritual. How it started. Take a look at this anti-white girl over here on the right.
Ugly bitch. Then do it. Okay, so
She's pretty tough right now.
these women are very upset because ICE is not coming to protect them after they've been screaming at ICE. And I was asking her, hey, like, why do you want ICE to come and help you if you hate them so much? And now she's insulting me and telling me that I'm fat.
Really should stop eating sugar. Should she really stop eating sugar?
For sure. You should probably get off your SSRIs because you're kind of crazy, girl. And what's their job?
Arresting people who are assaulting people on public property.
Like you guys?
Oh, who am I assaulting? Who am I assaulting? Who am I talking to? You see me touching bitch? You see me touching bitch?
All right. This is her. Of the two girls you see out there in the street, this is that same girl right here. Right there. Oh! Oh, a little bit of bear mace. This is a real feel-good moment coming up for anti-white scum.
Oh, shit.
Look at that.
I can't get air!
I can't get air.
I told you. I can't get air! I can't get air! Help, please!
You need ambulance.
Excuse me, ma'am. I'm Officer Badger, Portland Police Chief.
And then the police come to save her. She's like, yes, please save me, police. The same police, the same white structure, law enforcement, etc. And you can tell by the voice of the guy that he's white, that they hate on endlessly. And now when she's having a hard time breathing, she goes to them for help. Wonder why. Here's another feel-good moment. So you have this guy this anti-white decides to walk up on the government property. Oh my God. And they just knock them right down. Another feel-good moment. And then they carry him away like an animal. Canada has achieved a grim medical milestone, the world's first successful heart transplant from a patient euthanized via MAID. A 38-year-old man with ALS was lethally injected just 7 minutes after his heart stopped. It was reanimated and transplanted to the U.S. for a transplant. My God. It was probably an Israeli citizen that got the heart. The numbers are exploding. 136 of 286 global ODE cases by 2021 were Canadian. This is what they're doing. And its target, of course, is the white race. But what will Christians and conservatives complain about? How any non-white people are committing suicide by way of MAID. We already know how this works. They do it when it comes to abortion.
I am 74 years old. Life expectancy for men is 76 years. Life expectancy for women is 81 years. I figure if I transition, because of my bad back, I've had several MRIs, and it's been determined that I have thin bones. And as it happens, Thin Bones is also my gangster name. I had a colonoscopy, and when it was over, they said, we'll see you in 10 years. And I thought, fuck you will.
This is the funniest old guy I've ever seen.
America's Got Talent about 6 years ago, and Mel B of the Spice Girls did not like my jokes, which was disappointing because I wanted to open for her group. I could have been Old Spice.
Hey, this is what it's like to be a man. Finally, a woman gets to find out what it's like to be a man.
Eu fui chamar a atenção dele. Não grita comigo, não. Não grita comigo, não. Sabe por quê, gente? Olha o que ele fez. Olha, olha. Não foi eu. Foi você. Foi. Foi você. Foi você, sim. Não adianta. Gente. E agora? Como é que carrega o celular? Não grita comigo. Não grita comigo. Olha, cara.
That's definitely what it's like to be a man.
Trying to fucking explain this to people. They are getting health care. This is where people are getting confused. There's states out there, 14 of them, that have passed state laws. California is the big one that gives illegal aliens health care. Full, not just ER services. Newsom uses provider taxes, and he taxes the fuck out of all of these hospitals, doctors, all this shit.
Listen closely to this. Remember, I'm not endorsing any of the news. I'm showing what other people are sharing. You have to go figure it out for yourself. But listen closely to how California does this and then where California gets its money to continue operating.
He reimburses them and taxes them to the fucking highest degree, creates higher Medicaid and Medi-Cal payments. Then the feds come in, they match at 90% under the ACA expansion, and they give California billions of dollars. Newsom literally uses this federal influx to free up California's budget for Medi-Cal's huge ass tab of non-emergency care for 1.8 million illegals so he can solely rely on our fucking state taxes. Bro, I'm fucking done.
So, as others have reported before, as I've talked about before, you have many states. California is I guess, the biggest offender, pulling in billions of dollars from where? They can't finance themselves. They cannot have these programs and stay afloat. It's all got to come from the rest of the country. Well, I guess not the 13 other states that are pulling the same trick. But it's got to come from the rest of the country pays for this anti-white garbage in California. And when you think about how many good people there are in California and how many good areas there are in California, and therefore how few bastard anti-whites and how few bad areas there are in California, you really get to appreciate how much theft of the white race is taking place just in that state alone. Sickening. Take a look at this guy. My God, he's got what this person is terming double-decker teeth. I call them double crack-decker teeth. Looks like he's straight from the crack house down at the trailer park. What the fuck is that? Oh my God. Apparently that can happen if you baby teeth stick around and your parents don't take you to have them removed. Oh my God. Just when I thought I had seen everything. And then there's this. In Austin, remember, totally based, Texas, elementary school features inclusive open concept restrooms for elementary school students 8 to 11 years of age. They use this bathroom, I guess, male and female, and open concept. What, there's no like wall. It's just like an open area where they walk in and then they pick a stall. Unbelievable. How about the flu? It's flu season, everybody.
Clearly, these two studies show that not only does the flu vaccination increase your risk of flu by 27%, and that study was by Shrestha and colleagues out of the Cleveland Clinic. Over 40,000 people were in that study. So this is a robust study, very credible. And then the other study found 340% increased risks of other viruses when you get the flu shot.
So again, I'm not endorsing this news, but the places being cited are considered reputable. It's flu season. Get your flu shot.
About the flu shot because it is flu shot season. The package insert tells us that certain flu shots do cause shedding for up to 3 weeks, meaning a person can potentially be contagious. So can someone give us the numbers every cold flu season for every year? How many flu cases are actually wild or organic in nature versus how many cases of the flu are actually caused by the flu shot?
I think that's a legitimate question. Can we get that one answered? RFK? I looked this up. It's 100% true. According to Wall Street Apes, the principal of the California elementary school where the 4-year-old children were sexually assaulted is blaming the 4-year-old children. Principal Kim Pollock, in her legal defense, says, quote, the 4-year-olds shared responsibility for the assaults. Yay, anti-whiteism and the empowerment of women. They're handling that empowerment really well. Who would think that such emotionally unstable beings would handle their authority and empowerment this way? I think John is having an affair with my wife. What makes you say that? He's so miserable lately. Halloween's coming, but Chucky's not going to be able to participate.
Hey, stop! Not tonight, little man.
Oh, God, got him.
Stay down. You move, you get stepped on again. Get your boot.
Leading a full life. Retarded people go to work or school just like their neighbors. They come back to a real home. A supervised home.
I love this. The wig shoots off and hits the guy in the face.
Today, being retarded means leading a full...
I don't know what the audio has to do with this clip, though. I know that audio is from back in the past when they were people like times of Jerry's Kids, and they were helping handicapped, retarded people be able to live full and wonderful lives. I don't know what it has to do with this clip.
Life. Retarded people go to work or school just like their neighbors.
Whack!
And come back to a real home.
Now check this girlfriend out, ladies. Heed what this passenger here, the female, is the passenger in this car, as her and her man begin, her boyfriend begin to slide on the ice with oncoming traffic.
You got it.
Woo!
Nice. Oh my gosh. That was good. That was so great.
Did you hear that? No screaming, no freaking out. She instead said to her man, as he was handling this car, drifting on ice toward oncoming traffic, both sides of the car, she says, you got it, you got it. And then something at the end about love you, babe, or something like that. So he better marry her right away. Just bought him some food, slept with him, and then sent him home in an Uber. Let's see how men like it. Robert replies, I hope no woman does this to me tonight. I'll be sitting at the bar in Boston Pizza at 9 p.m. Don't any woman try this on me. I'll be wearing a blue shirt, jeans, white runners, and my name is Robert. But again, don't hurt me like that. Oh my God, let's check out this party. You're going to love this. Oh my God. Somebody move that dog out of the way. No more party time for him. And finally we got this. One of them damn cats finally got pulled over.
Park for me. You know why I pulled you over? Yeah, I can see you're a cat. You were doing 65 and a 45. Do you have any papers on your registration license? Yeah, are you even licensed to drive? That's good.
I was trapped in a web I couldn't see. Name pathogens crawling inside of me. They told me who to be, they filled my mind, but I lost lost myself, left my truth behind. In this world full of lies and deceit, I stumbled, I crumbled, but I found my feet. Going free, I broke the chains. Now I see clearly I'm not the same. They tried to erase me, twist the truth, but I've got the cure and I've got the proof. Going free from the lies they fed. No more living with doubt in my head. Going free, I found my way. No more guilt, no more decay. In this world I'll stand my ground. Anti-whites can't tear me down. Going free, I've got the cure. Now my heart and soul are pure. In this fight I know who I am. No more lies, I'll take my stand.
Anglo-Saxon NWG with some epic music. Ladies and gentlemen, we got federal agents ambushed in Chicago coming up. We have a father says he will kill the murderer of his son. And that would be justice. Ominous issues, an ominous threat. And illegal migrant school chiefs sorted past $300,000 he's making. That and victories and so much more coming up.
I won't fade away. Going free, I found my way. No more guilt, no more decay. In this world I'll stand my ground. Anti-whites can't tear me down. Going free, I've got the cure. Now my heart and soul are pure. In this fight I know who I am. No more lies, I'll take my stand. They tried to take it all, but I found my cure. Going free has made me sure. In this evil world, I won't back down. No more lies will take my crown. Going free, I found my way. No more guilt, no more decay. Going free has made me sure. In this evil world, I won't back down. No more lies will take my crown.
Epic music, and a big thank you to everybody who's reposting our gathering today. Thank you, thank you. Is there any audio any better? Let me try this as well. Let me know if we're matched up now with the audio and the video, or if it's any closer. Robert reposting the stream. Thank you as well. Let's go ahead and get into our next item that we have queued up here for today. Let's take a step back. Federal agents ambushed in Chicago area in coordinated act of domestic terrorism. Armed suspect shot. Local police flee the scene. Is it beginning to look like the West is falling apart at the exact same time that there are big leaps forward in the work that we are doing and tangentially other white people are doing to push back? Is it almost like my prediction about what this decade will be like is taking place? We're really coming to the finish line here, where you can have the law enforcement, if they will, in this terroristic way, assault law enforcement, boxing law enforcement in, with 10 vehicles, what do you think they'll do to you? Federal agents were ambushed and boxed in by 10 vehicles during a routine patrol in Broadview, Chicago, in what officials are calling a coordinated act of domestic terrorism. One armed suspect, previously flagged for inciting violence against law enforcement online, was shot after ramming a patrol car and confronting officers with a semi-automatic weapon. Why is it, I ask you, that this news is not global? Is it just because of the people who are in office now? Well, I mean, why is it? If it were Biden in office and we, a bunch of white people who object to what's happening to America or nationalists in general or what have you, they would have boxed in law enforcement, maybe to prevent law enforcement from, I don't know, raiding the home of a preacher and his family and the little children and the dogs, and raiding the home because he objects to abortion. And so a bunch of nationalistic or patriotic or maybe just Christians from his church decide they're going to, 10 of them get in their cars and ram law enforcement's car. I mean, just really fathom this. Take this a little further than, the typical juxtapositioning. Take it a little further. Think about the ramifications. Think about what the feds would do. Think about what the state law enforcement would do. Think about what your neighbors would be saying. Why is it that if that were to ever happen, it would simultaneously be an absolute shock? Like, this has never happened, but at the same time, prove that the right wing is full of terrorists? Have you ever thought about that? Have you ever thought about how the human brain can hold these totally contradictory realities and positions? What one ends up dominating your life? Is it the one that is stunned, that conscious part of the mind that's stunned by an event? Or is it the subconscious mind that says that the event confirms that this is a norm? This is what you get from white people who are defending their countries, defending their way of life. It's a fascinating quirk of the human animal and how the brain works. I wonder how many people understand it. Zero outside of this community who are in some form of socio-political advocacy. They don't understand it at all. They are completely subject to it. It's their ignorance that they are moved by. The winds, then, is all it takes to push them in any direction that those who control the billows would like to see them go. Great example. Perhaps you've noticed over the past 3 weeks, maybe you're one of them like me and Porridge and so many others that have noticed there's been a colossal uptick of these videos that are being recommended to you, tweets that are being posted, are being recommended to you about Fuentes. How does that happen? It's because someone working the billows wants those who are becoming aggrieved and looking for answers to find themselves on dead-end paths, which is what Fuentes offers. Juiceburging, complaining about non-white people, does nothing for you. It does nothing to create a people, which is what we need if we're going to take back our destiny. It ruins your life. It adversely affects you mentally and spiritually. It offers you a scapegoat, and you shirk your responsibility onto that scapegoat. That's what it does. So those who blow the billows, anti-whites who have the stage at Harvard, have the stage at NBC and ABC and elsewhere, those anti-whites busily pushing people in this or that direction. And at the same time, we have this bizarre phenomenon that an event can be both a shock because it never happens and a confirmation because it always happens. How is this being taken so lightly is another aspect of this. Why aren't there thousands, tens of thousands of white people heading into the streets, furious about this right here? These agents are carrying out the will of this voting base. They want far more people deported than even we're seeing deported. We want much more ICE activity. So where is everybody? Why don't they come out? Because they're individuals. Because they don't have a people. Because there isn't a unifying idea. The unifying idea of the right is that they're selfish individualists, that economy is God, that GDP is what really matters, that achieving membership in some micro socialistic network so that you can exploit the other white people around you and climb the ladder and get the new car, the new Tesla, the new in thing, the new handbag. That is the unifying collection of unifying ideas of the white race. So as a result, nothing happens. This is an enormous thing. ICE agents charged with removing intruders from the country are being assaulted, attacked, shot at. They are being surrounded. People are showing up with weapons in multiple states. They're being spat on. They're being hit with rocks. They're being on and on. So much so that the president has to call out extra law enforcement. What is this resistance? Who are these people? Why do you think you have a chance by complaining about the Zionists? The sad reality for all of you dumb that want to just complain about the Zionists is that a bunch of those anti-whites will agree with you and still cave your white head into your ass. Yeah, they'll say that those Zionists, those whites are problematic. Now it's time for you to suffer. We've gotten to the point where they ram their vehicles into law enforcement. This is like a scene out of a movie. Where is the group of people that are supposed to be horrified and moved to massive action in resistance? Where are they? They don't exist. Outraged individuals are squat. Federal agents were ambushed and boxed in by 10 vehicles during a routine patrol in Broadview, Chicago, in what officials are calling a coordinated act of domestic terrorism. One armed suspect, previously flagged for inciting violence against law enforcement, was shot. A female anti-white. Department of Homeland Security Assistant Secretary Tricia McLaughlin reported that federal law enforcement officers and agents were boxed in and rammed by a group of 10 vehicles in the Chicago area suburb of Broadview. It gets worse. It gets worse, showing how inept the white race is and has become because it doesn't have a people. Because they're going to be telling us in a minute that local law enforcement left the scene. They left the ICE agents and whatever agencies have been sent to aid or protect them. They left them on their own by order of, well, presumably, I guess I should say, check it out for yourself, by order of their authorities. When has this happened? When has a white man in defense of the white race ordered the police to stand down, allow the feds to be attacked, allow them to be attacked by armed assailants in the population, if that were to happen, if let's just say that the governor of Virginia suddenly woke up one day and he decided there was a group came out and he was going to have the exact same thing happen, what would happen to him? Well, forget about the Democrats just going after him, because the entire anti-white population would come to burn his house down with him and his family inside of it. The cucks will say, well, that's because they're crazy. Well, you need people to be as motivated to prevent the anti-whites from taking everything. You don't attain victory by saying, well, the opposition, they're just cheaters. They're just crazy. They are able to move collectively, to work together, to have financiers show up, to have artists, musicians, etc. show up on the blink of an eye, because they have a unifying ideology, the ideology of anti-whiteism, which enables subset ideologies as they function within the West, such as Islam, to be able to work with Vagistan. They can both be anti-white together, even though they would despise each other. One of the women was armed with a semi-automatic rifle. McLaughlin said the agents fired on the armed woman. She was later transported to an area hospital for treatment of her wounds. Federal law enforcement officials were previously made aware of that woman after she threatened on social media. Hey to all my gang, let's F those mother effers up. Don't let them take any more. So what's the problem? Some of the white erasure is being dialed back. That's what the problem is for this woman and the other anti-whites that aid and abet her. The problem is that moving these people out of the country dials back in a very tiny way some of the white erasure. And if you dial back the white erasure, you're dialing back the victimization on Western kind. That's how this needs to be discussed. She's not an anarcho-capitalist. She's not an anarchist. She's not a Marxist. She's not a communist. She's not a wokeist. She's an anti-white. Do you want to put this problem to bed? Or do you want to have a future where your individualistic, selfish ass is driving down the street with your family, and then people like this box you in because they're tired of you being responsible for all of the victimization of the white race for the past 50 million years, and you're going to be made to suffer? What outcome do you want? How do you want to talk about this? What kind of conversations do you want to entertain? If you're entertaining conversations outside, without correcting the people, if you're entertaining conversation outside the way that we articulate it in service to white well-being, then you are perpetuating the problem. If you're sitting around and you're talking about the Jews, if you're sitting around and you're talking about the blacks, the Zionists, Agenda 2030, you are part of the problem. You are perpetuating the problem. The best thing for you to do is to shut up. If you can't not talk about that shit, the best thing for you to do is shut up. People have been talking about it for generations, and everything has gotten worse as a consequence. Now we're at the point where there doesn't need to be this organized, subversive, foreign national entity in our midst to carry this kind of stuff out on a daily basis. It is part of the milieu itself. It is the human animals that have been programmed to behave in a particular way vis-a-vis the anti-white narrative and the events in that narrative and how those events are interpreted. You haven't a chance without becoming a people. There's no hope in hell. The Secretary stated that the Chicago Police Department had fled the scene and refused to assist in securing the area. A crowd gathered. So the Democrats in office would go out and they would say, if this was if all of this was reversed, the Democrats would go out and then they would say, because they're radical anti-whites, and they would say, this is the kind of governor that needs to be removed by any means. And I mean any means. And then be able to say to all the dumbass conservatives, well, I obviously didn't mean that they should murder him, so I can't be held responsible that 2 days later somebody murdered him out on the street. They don't have to coordinate that. They don't have to hire somebody. They don't have to, listen, conspiratards. There doesn't have to be a like Cobra base built underground where they're training and mind melding and light flickering patsies into, oh, you guys are so fucking stupid. None of that has to exist. The population is already programmed. The guy that cuts the throat of the governor will come out of the woodwork because his programming from the anti-white narrative has programmed him to do that given the circumstance. You don't have to go looking for Mossad agents. And what good does it do you to talk all day long about Mossad agents? I mean, I guess we should be saying it's a Mossad. Mossad. It's Mossad again. Mossad. All right, back to putting the grapes back in the produce department. Thanks so much. White House Deputy Chief of Staff Stephen Miller called the organized attack on the ICE agents, quote, domestic terrorism and seditious insurrection. Sedition was the charge that the government used on a number of white sympathetic leaders and advocates decades back. They thought it was getting problematic enough for, not that it would have taken over, not that it would have come to any positive fruition for white people, not that any of that. Just anti-whites in government said, hey, you know what? Here they are. We got this charge of sedition. And if you want to go back and read about it for yourself, you can, and see what happened to these people. Hear from their attorneys who were able to go and witness the proceedings, but not allowed to defend their clients. That's how those courts work. And maybe it's my opinion. Check it out for yourself. No federal agents were seriously injured in the attack, McLaughlin said. This is hardcore anti-white terrorism. Harvard is hardcore anti-white terrorism. Releasing murderers of white children from prison early and giving them next to no sentence is hardcore anti-white terrorism. These things are not fixed by selfish individualists complaining or educating about other groups of people. Biospirit of the West had a great tweet here. Anti-white terrorist, perfectly worded, brother, released 10 years early. So this anti-white animal broke into a white family's home and butchered this little white boy, stabbing others and in the house, and murdered this and allowed out of prison 10 years early. You know, we probably won't cover it, maybe just to mention it. You have Kavanaugh, Supreme Court Justice, a anti-white went to murder him, you remember? And in the climate we're in of anti-whiteism, the climate as a consequence largely of there being no white race, no white peoplehood for the white race, so no Western kind proper for the white race. rather than the 30 years that you should get when you endeavor, you literally plan and go to murder a Supreme Court justice, given just 8. That's a slap on the wrist. Not going to get fixed with all of these Band-Aids. The court should have put him in the ground where he belongs. But justice isn't blind, it's anti-white. Everybody say that 1,000 times. Justice isn't blind, it's anti-white. Because that's exactly what it is.
Stood up with me on top of him. Just stood up and threw me 10, 15 feet across the room and went after her.
Dean Tipton says December 7th, 2015 is a night that changed his life. He says his children woke him up. He then found a man attacking his children.
And when I got to the top of the stairs, he attacked me. He come at me with the knife.
The night took a tragic turn with the loss of a life, his 6-year-old son, Logan. Dean says immediately after Logan's death, he lost his will to live.
I laid in bed. I gave up. I gave up on life. I gave up on my family. I gave up on everybody. I just wanted to die.
The pain is excruciating to even just watch. The pain I'm experiencing from his pain. You can't even fathom unless this has happened to you. I can't imagine the pain inflicted taking a beautiful little boy like this from his family.
In the years since, the family has done their best to cope, but mentions they are mentally and emotionally scarred. And they are...
you're never going to get better. You're never getting better. And then here's the anti-white fucking animal that should have been electrocuted, resuscitated, in my opinion. Electrocuted, resuscitated, electrocuted. In my opinion. But instead, anti-whiteism is going to put this anti-white animal back on the streets.
Hurt that Ron.
Keep talking about Zionism. Hey, let's talk about the Jews some more. Hey, let's head on over to listen to Lil Nicky with all his boy crushers, and let's talk more about that. While this is happening to the white population. You can do stuff. You can get to work right now, changing your life in every circle you touch, as we're going to be celebrating in not too long, in a workplace environment, going all the way up to the executives. You can do that, or you can sit around like a little fucking piece of shit and keep talking about the Jews and the Zionists, and let's learn more about some history. This little boy, I got it. When I see things like this, I hate this anti-white animal less than I hate you white losers who want to drone on with shit for your own enrichment, for your own betterment, for your own aggrandizement. Fuck every one of you to hell. Pardon my language.
Donald DeSantis will no longer be behind bars.
Everybody deserves a fighting chance to have justice for them, and it's not.
I've had my talks with God because I'm not afraid to tell you all. I told the court, if I ever cross paths with him, I will kill the man.
Good. You know, a maverick would say, it would be moral to kill that murderer. It wouldn't be murder. It would be, a maverick would tell you that it would be moral to kill that murderer. And if this father kills him, I will celebrate that killing, that justice. I will celebrate that love for that little boy, manifested in the killing of his murderer. And a maverick would also tell you that it would be justice if somebody else came across that animal murderer, anti-white, and ended his days. That's what a maverick would tell you.
I will kill him where he stands.
Father of slain 6-year-old issues ominous threat. Issues a moral threat, a just threat, a just promise to arrive at justice. You know, I was just looking, and I didn't pull it up for today. Another story of a guy that had served in the military, and his 14-year-old daughter was abducted by a retired police officer. The guy, obviously, in my opinion, a pedophile. And they had all of these back and forths with law enforcement, and this guy getting arrested, and he finally abducts. And the father goes chasing after them, finds them, and shoots that guy dead. Rightfully so, in my opinion. And now the court wants to send the father to prison for that. So we're really, as I've said before, as I've shared with you, what Mavericks would share, that we've reached an age where anti-whiteism is so ubiquitous. It's so firmly the social morality of the West that justice isn't blind, it's anti-white. And a maverick would say that if you can get justice without getting caught doing it, then that's what you should do. The killer of a 6-year-old boy has been released on parole after, and again, let me make clear, I don't want any violence. I don't want anybody to commit any violence. Making that clear. After serving only half his sentence, and the slain child's father issuing a dire promise of justice. Ronald Anti-White Xantus, 42, stabbed the entire Tipton family. So, of course, what they're saying here is, well, you can't have justice because he's just crazy. This excuse of being crazy is so widely used. First of all, our norm is, okay, you're crazy, execution. Like, we were talked out of that because we didn't own that norm. Yeah, there are rabid people in the world that aren't technically infected by rabies, and we remove them. We don't say that, oh, they can just go back out into the population. We can't punish them because they can't control themselves. Are you fucking nuts? We were talked out of it because we didn't own that norm. We didn't see the conversation about crazy as a physical assault on us, a bio-spiritual assault on us. Had we done that, had we owned that norm and been a people and responded, insane people would still be executed for crimes. We would still remove them from the body politic so that they can't do this. Worry about the crazy person only in the anti-white West. Because, you know, you could think, for example, of anti-white Jews. And, you know, back in Israel, if somebody went on a spree murdering a bunch of Jews, there wouldn't be a lot of Jews coming out saying, well, he couldn't control himself. Let him go. No, but in America and the rest of the West, that's the argument. I don't complain about them doing and behaving that way. I'm demonstrating a fact. I have told you the way that we take back our destiny. Stabbed the entire family in their Kentucky home, but focused most of his rage on Logan. Isn't that interesting? A white little boy. The future. Not the fat, old, white father whom he was able to throw across the room. Xantus was able to throw across the room. But the future of the white race. Interesting choice there, anti-white pig. I would have him gutted. If he was guilty of this and I were in charge, yeah. Our norm is to execute people who do things like this because no excuse matters. So initially they were said to be crazy and we couldn't execute. We just put them in prison. Then they were repeatedly said to be crazy. And then they had to be in insane asylums because the prison was too rough for them. They can't be responsible. Then the anti-whiteism removes the insane asylums. And another one of our norms removes our insane. Now they have to be in the streets and they just have to undergo therapy because they can't be held responsible. We are a hair's breadth away from them saying you can't hold them responsible because of their oppression. You can't hold them responsible because of the exploitation they have endured. Cucks will be talked out of it. They'll be talked out of holding these people responsible for their murders, for their, no matter how grisly. You watch. Slashed and stabbed him in the head repeatedly. Imagine the strength. Imagine the absolute strength. I tell you, I'm inside. I'm beyond, like, being able. Beyond being able to even talk about. Because so many people, they don't want to listen. And if you hear Go Free, if you hear about this dialogic, you hear about these victories, the enormous victories we share our receipts to every single week, and the big one coming up today, and you still just go and complain, you're responsible for this. You're going to look at this guy and you're going to say, oh, he's just an enter. I would hit you in the head with a fucking shovel. Not because I care about this one. Can you see my cursor? I would hit you in the head with a shovel. Not because I care about him and what you call him, you dumb motherfucker. But because I love this one. Because this is ours. When Logan's father, Dean Tipton, confronted the knife-wielding intruder, the dad was stabbed and tossed. And don't nobody, and I'm putting it in the colloquial so that you could understand if this is going to be one of you, who are not going to want to implement the Go Free dialogic, but are going to start talking about, well, you should be armed 24/7. You should have a gun 24/7. Fuck your selfish ass to hell. He didn't. So let's create an environment where this doesn't happen. I'm getting that the adrenaline, not just the experience, but the sensation. That's how angry I am over this. This animal, this anti-white animal, whose race has nothing to do with it. If you want to put an end to that, his race has nothing to do with it. Do I make myself clear? Daughter Dakota described the harrowing scene to the outlet. He stabbed me in the back and then stomped on my head. And I remember waking up across the room, not where I was at, and I looked, and he was killing Logan, and Logan was screaming. All right, look at this. Bowman, piece of shit in the live chat. Fuck you. Where are you in the world? Where are you? You're an anonymous bitch. Fuck you to hell. You little Jew dick sucking, fake Nazi LARPing loser. Fuck you. Fuck you. Typical bullshit, dickless white guy, if he's even white, showing up with this argument of, the whole thing is settled by saying Jews mind meld the blacks into harming us. Yeah, you people have been saying that for generations. Look at this little boy. Look at Logan. Did it help him? No. Are you going to be able to make the Jews disappear and the blacks? No, not in your entire life. So you're just a complaining little fuckmutt, pussy ass. You're over there in solitude, in your anonymity, Romans saluting nothing. Fuck you to hell. He's an Israeli. So he says about me, you're an Israeli supporter, except all of the evidence, all of my comments have been the opposite of that. You dickless, small white dicked bitch. Or an Israeli supporter. Fuck you. You're probably a LARPer in a basement in Tel Aviv anyhow. That's what you all do. Keep redirecting from the solution. Let's debate. Let's have a debate. Where are you? I want to debate you. Let's have a debate. You can't have a debate because you've got no success. You've achieved nothing. You are responsible for Logan. You understand that? You and your LARPer losers are responsible for Logan because you show up in healthy environments where white people are finally coming together and achieving success for white people. And you show up with your absolute vegetative state saying, oh, it must be an Israeli. Must be an Israeli supporter. I'm so sick of you all. You have no idea that if we were to ever meet, you are a LARPer, and I have the hatred in me for all of the Logans of my entire life that you motherfuckers have gotten in the way of me defending. So let's fucking do it. I would end your ass, and there would be nothing left. You'd be left in a pool of piss and blood. So sick of this shit. Fuck all of you Nazi LARPers. Fuck all of you Jewsburg losers complaining. Fuck all of you. It's the Zionists. Fuck all of you. Let's debate. Let's debate. Because the debate isn't about, are there Jews who are anti-white? Oh, because we accept that there are Jews that are anti-white. That's not what the debate is. So you can just save all of your little memes with all of the Jewish faces because we accept that there are anti-white Jews. The debate is whether or not what you're doing hinders our ability to protect Logan's. And now the continuing harm that his family will live with the rest of their life. So that's what the debate is about. Let's have that debate. Look at him with his Nazi, looks like his avatar looks like it has some kind of Nazi symbolism. Yeah, this is the kind of retardation, legitimate medical retardation that we see. If it's not actually just subversives posing as Nazis, posing as what have you, right-wingers, nationalists. It the dude manipulating the black to kill white peoples. Uh-huh. Thanks for the insight. Now, what I would like to do is stop the Logans from being murdered. You want to get in on that? No, because you're a lazy do-nothing. You live in a squalid trailer somewhere, and you huff on gas tanks because you can't even afford the meth that your neighbors are using. Sorry you all have to witness that. A lifetime of helping the white race, of focus on putting it into our victimization with massive successes. And I've been listening to people like this come into shut me down with slanders like you're an Israeli supporter. You can go out and tell everybody, oh, an Israeli supporter. I bet you are a Nick Fuentes boy crusher. Eva says, oh, I'm not offended. I would videotape me stomping the shit out of these people. They never want to fight though in face to face. They always suddenly get like, well hold on. I start getting angry at all. And they start, well, hold on. Yeah. How hard are you ready to go for your LARP? For your scapegoat? Because I'm going to tell you what, I'm ready to go to the end for the Logans. I'm ready to go to the end. So shut your mouths. Arden Party says, don't bother insulting him on his penis size because his brain is probably smaller. Yeah, I'm sorry you all have to witness that. I have the ability to get really angry and go for it. And it's a good thing. A very dangerous, people have heard it, I'm sure, but a dangerous person that keeps it in is a real man. All right. Jesus. I mean, it's like right on cue, isn't it? We're looking at this beautiful little boy. He was playing football. You know, he was the absolute love of the entire family. You know he was. Whole life ahead of him. Beautiful life ahead of him. So much has to change for these environments to become havens again. For our babies. For our strongest white men. For our white women. For our seniors. And it all begins with addressing the social morality with the Go Free dialogic. And all of that is undermined with the anti-non-white stuff, with the abstractionist coward stuff, all of it. I looked out at the world at 12 years of age, and I saw my younger siblings. And I said, at 12, I've got to make a difference so that they don't have to live in this hell and the hell that is coming. at 12. And this is the kind of garbage that I've been up against. Far more than anti-white Antifa, than your basic bitch anti-white. It's this garbage that destroys everything that's healthy. It's the jealousy of leaders in the white sympathetic sphere that destroy everything that's healthy. They too are responsible for this. Xantis, a former dialysis nurse. How many of these guys, by the way, you see this all the time, and talk about the white erasure of our norms in healthcare. You see this all the time. The nurse comes in, the doctor comes in, the person going to be responsible for administering dialysis, the person that's going to be responsible for administering the cancer drugs, and it's always somebody that can barely string a sentence together. And you know that they are in that position because a white male, and very rarely a white female, was white erased from the position. So this psycho anti-white murderer was a dialysis, probably making very good money. He was sentenced to only 20 years. He should have been executed 3 times over. Because the jury found that he was not guilty of murder by reason of insanity. No, you're still guilty of murder. You have murdered someone or people. So you're still guilty of murder. I don't care. We don't care what you were thinking when you murdered them. Don't care in a case like this. We're not talking about like a situation where a guy comes home and his wife is having sex with somebody else, and in a moment of stunned horror, he ends up killing the other guy or the wife or the both of them. He was released on parole 10 years early because of good behavior. He has already demonstrated in life that he can fake being helpful and nice. He was a dialysis nurse. He's already demonstrated that. When he was a dialysis nurse, faking that he was helpful and kind and nice, though I'm guessing dumb as a box of rocks, he still broke into this home and tried to kill all the white people. Tipton expressed outrage over the release and vowed to avenge his son's killing if he ever sees Xantis again. Quote, he told Dakota that he was going to kill every one of us. So now I've got to be on extra guard to protect my kids because I will not lose another one, Tipton said. I would not live like this. You better believe. You better believe. That's not how we roll down home. I might be what's left of Western kind here in Virginia. But you better believe, though, that you're going to get the full force, might, intelligence, aggression of a Westman fired to the ends of the earth with passion if I were in this guy's shoes. I've had my talks with God because I'm not afraid to tell you at all. I told the court, if I ever cross paths with him, I will kill. I will kill the man. I will kill him where he stands. Justice. Logan's mother. By the way, Benny Johnson talks like that. So if Benny Johnson can talk like that, a friend, a growing friend of the community, then I too should be able to talk like that. It's infuriating that a 6-year-old 6 killed while sleeping in his bed. And someone literally only did 10 years in prison, in an American prison, by the way. Not a Guatemalan, not a Honduran, not a Soviet Union prison, but an American prison with 3 healthy meals a day, television, PlayStation, every book that you could possibly read, yard time to associate and exercise time to work out to stay healthy, with counselors and priests and preachers, an American prison. Never forget that face. Arden Party says the father made it very clear what will happen. It should not be on the dad. You know, a maverick would tell you that there are professionals, white professionals at that sort of thing. But we don't have a people. Good to see all of you champions. Novi Hora is here. Janice is here. Danunaki is here. Viking Warrior. Viking Warrior pointing out, yeah, all of those amenities that, by the way, if you think about all of the, well, let me finish. All the amenities at prison paid for by us. But if you think about how nice it is in an American prison, if you go back in time, you can reach a point, a handful or more of decades back, where a vacation didn't provide you with, especially the working man's vacation, didn't provide you with all those amenities. You go back even further and you start to get to where even the wealthy didn't get, there was no television. They got television. There were no gaming systems. They've got gaming systems. There were no climate control. There was no climate control, AC and heat to keep you at the right cozy temperature. The mattresses weren't as good. There wasn't all of these different perks that you have today. The wealthy in the white race couldn't even afford, because they didn't even exist, the amenities that this animal who savagely murdered that little boy had access to for 10 years. Absolutely. Let's take a look at, and I know the audio, and it's not my bad. I'm going to have to figure out, is Vernal here? Does anybody have an idea why the audio and the video are not syncing? For some reason. By the way, is it not syncing on all platforms? Because that's useful information for me. I can zero in a little bit better on who has to get yelled at. Boy, I yelled at an employee the other day. My God. I don't walk around, man. I'm already way too old for this. Yeah, let me know if it's the same across all the platforms, please. Is it the same on X? Is it the same on YouTube? Is it the same on Premium Rumble? Let's take a look at some of these perspicacious comments. Then we're going to get back to our news and more anti-white domestic terrorism. When you have one of those jobs paying $300,000 a year, one of those $100,000 or $300,000 jobs that white people just don't want to do. Remember how long you were told that meme pathogen? And this non-white, anti-white intruder was in the United States illegally, superintendent of a school system, all of the white children there being subjected to anti-white terrorism. So we'll make sure to get to that in just a moment. But first, we're going to take a look at some of your comments that have shown up in the threads. Just a couple of them, a few of them, because they're epic. We have Chad here saying, not saying it, but he could be a Chad, but his name is. He says, talking about Jews, how apropos. Talking about Jews does not make a people out of the white race. Even the Civnats now are talking about the Jews. I just got called a racist by a Civnat that was critical of Jews after Charlie Kirk's assassination. White people, and then he writes in all capitals, need an identity, not just constantly talking about Jews. God bless you, Chad. Again, the Civnats are even talking about Jews. But as we can see, they have not developed a white identity. They still despise that. Wow. God himself put those words in Chad's mouth and then caused me to see that comment and to add that to perspicacious comments for reading today. How appropriate. You have the Civnats, which I was talking about earlier. You notice this massive increase in recommendations on YouTube, of all places, for Fuentes, where nobody was even allowed to talk about. All of a sudden, what's it for? Well, all of these Civnats who are suddenly talking about Jews need to be rounded up with the Judas goat, the Fuentes goat. Bring him on in. Let's bring in the Fuentes goat and let's round these people up so that they don't get to something productive. Well said. Thank you, Chad. Josie says, hi, Jason. I've recently come across your movement, and your message has really hit home. I think the right wing has an elitism problem, not because it is elitist in nature, but because every individual likes to think of himself as the elite. This, when combined with the fragile human ego, hardly permits a man to listen to another and admit that the latter is correct. The first barrier I faced when it came to my own understanding was the subtlety, not of the argument, but of the language involved. The more I listened, the better I understood how you were using terms. The better I understood your arguments and the truth inherent in them. The second is, like you say, even the people who are waking up to anti-whiteism are still suffering from its effects. Rather than being white positive, I was becoming anti-non-white. It's unfortunate that this mode of thinking is the default indoctrination into the white sympathetic sphere. Thank you so much for that comment. Absolutely perfectly written, and it's a great testimonial because there are other people showing up and they're going to be having the same issue. The concepts that are being used, and they're not going to be able to immediately sink it in to their understanding and with the anti-white narrative, because it's not meant to sync with the anti-white narrative. And they need to understand, you got to stick around. You've got to imbibe the material. Everything you've been imbibing has been ruining us. DK writes, magnificent. My infinite reverence to your priceless work. Thank you so much for that, DK. Libra Pinseur, Free Thinkers, says, I really like the concept of biospiritual incompatibility. He writes, thank you, brother. To justify deportation. Since our countries are mostly multicultural at this point, this reference scale would allow white sympathetic, biospiritually compatible enough non-white people to keep participating in Western civilization. Most important, non-whites would not be considered based on their birth, but based on their anti-whiteism. Congratulations, Jason. You can be proud of what you are achieving. Thank you for your relentless work. Big salutes to you as well. Everybody on this list of perspicacious comments. Eagle Heart says, thank you for standing up for Western civilization and for all your great books. I really love Crucible. I love No White Guilt. Why is he not president of the so-called United States? Thank you for that. Odin Sire says, God bless you, Mr. Kuna. Thank you for your dedication to white well-being. You're very much appreciated. Was just again reading your book, Crucible. Sensational. Can't put it down. God bless you. Big salutes to you as well. We have Ardent White on the list of perspicacious comments, and she says, white Christians need this stream. Yes, they do. You're 100% right. Paul says, slaying issue after issue, plaguing our kind. Carry on. Thank you for that, Paul. Jurassic Kent comes in here next to last comment. 100% spot on about gynocentrism. Red pill manosphere influencers talk about it, but they never frame it as anti-whiteism because they cuck out for the broader appeals. Exactly. Very well stated. 07. Final comment here on Perspicacious Comments today. Do you want your comment to end up in the Perspicacious Comments? Make it perspicacious. And then hope that I will end up seeing it. Bulldog Boris says, no foreigner to this community. Since the previous and current anti-white history books don't even leave a footnote about the enormous abuse done to our people through decades of anti-whiteism, I sometimes ask myself if the future history books will the 1900s up to now and 50 years ahead be referenced to as the age of anti-whiteism by most members of Western kind? 50 years from now, will we have museums of our people, just like Holocaust museums, to never forget how our people were treated? He goes on, but I just got to pause for a second. For the tards out there, the vegetables out there, if the white race complains about Holocaust museums, rather than coming together as a people and building our own museums of anti-whiteism, then there won't be such museums. Will Western kind as a whole by then have come to their senses and finally become a people and admit what truly went wrong? Will Western kind, 50 years from now, have laws to prevent anti-whiteism and their culprits from ever damaging our people and our societies ever again? Bulldog Boris is magnificent. I hope that one day, as Western kind, we will come to our senses, stand up for ourselves, and protect our kind at all costs. The dream that one day anti-whiteism will be defeated. I'll tell you this about Bulldog Boris. He's not just hoping, he's making it happen. And those are perspicacious comments for this week, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to take a look at what you all are saying. Tagging is No White Guilt. We'll get to our final piece of news. And we have our victories coming up. Glorious victories. The champions are here. And the world is being changed if we can just silence these anti-non-whites and bring over all of these good people to white well-being. The great Fornall chiming in. He's here. Thank you so much for that tech info, saying all the platforms are off at the exact same amount. And it is 500 milliseconds. Well then, I'll just write that down. I know where to go to yell. Thank you for that, brother. Good to see everybody here. And just taking a quick scroll backward, Dennis is here. Says, Cindy Ben, did I already say hello to you? Dennis says, yeah, I'm working and juggling again tonight. Awesome, brother. God bless you. Thank you for being. Imagine these losers that show up and are like, after the fact, when it's recorded, 4.5 hours. I can't do that. Here you got a real hero. It's the live stream. He's currently working. And then he says, for those moments that he's working and he can't pay attention, he'll have to go back and catch those spots. Samuski saying that he has perfect audio match on YouTube. Interesting. Biospirit of the West is here. He says the damn audio gremlins are at it again. Linda Arden Party says, I think we need a few Mavericks. You know, back in the old days, I mentioned it before, back in the old days, we used to have this phenomenon where local law enforcement used to find murderers and rapists and things and say, guy ended up stealing more chains than he could swim with. We found him in the river. Clearly, we need rednecks, whether they're from the Southland or anywhere else, to be in charge. Hyperborean Dream is here. All right. We have Blush and so many others over there on Premium Rumble. The Great Slots is there. Wonderful to see. We saw your baby picture earlier. Did you know that? $1, he says, meme in your DMs, calling out the vegetabilized Whitnig logic. Should be more fiery now, but is old. All right, man. Off to check it out. Thank you, good brother. Dallas tagging me. Thank you so much. Great to see you, hero. Don't apologize. The fire of righteous fury is what this situation warrants. Logan is another precious soul that will drive us to the eradication of anti-white hell. We won't let him down. Amen. Health. Finally, some health. God bless you and thank you for that. Remember, tag me as No White Guilt. Savage Monday says, speaking of ridiculous things, have you seen the white anti-whites calling themselves non-practicing whites? No. I've never seen that. See, the anti-whiteisms won't stop until anti-whiteism is stopped, until it's supplanted. Non-practicing whites. That is clearly an effort by white anti-whites to signal to all anti-whites, whether they're white or non-white, that they hope to be seen as anti-white enough to make up for the fact that they were born white. And as we know, by way of the Go Free dialogic, if you're white, you can never be anti-white enough. Wow, non-practicing whites. Hoyt McCoy is there. He says, yes, that's very interesting that your explanation was consistently blocked, while every crazy story or assumption about the Kirk tragedy is entertained on YouTube. Yeah, precisely. And I don't know if I made myself completely clear. I went on numerous videos in the thread, and every crazy thing was being talked about. But no matter how I worded my explanation of the hair and the shirt, they would not allow it to be placed on the thread. So it's a very mysterious thing. Maybe I'm onto something. Savage Monday says, Jason, you appear to be extra well-oiled and well-caffeinated today. Yes, sir. I appreciate that. All right. If I missed any, tag me again. And I will get to it. We're going to jump into our next news item. Double V over there on the thread underneath the live stream on X. Good to see you. And I forgot to mention that last Sunday, the great Fournull not only had given a like to the stream, but he also had gifted, what is that, Fournull? It's like a purple splotch of cryptocurrency. Thank you so much. I don't know what it is. Oh, wait, it's fireworks. Okay, I can see it now. That's a lot of the D-Live coinage of the lemons. A fireworks worth of lemons. God bless the great Fournull. I apologize for missing that. It might have been behind the active emoji. All right. Let's get back. Whoa! Ay is here. Yeah, Fournull, 500. That's what it is. Let's see. I got a bunch of tags. Best friend of Jesus is here. Boy, I'm glad you missed the F word part. I was not happy. Although I think God understands. In fact, not only understands. I mean, what am I saying? That's like from the old programming. God is happy when a Westman gets that angry over what warrants that kind of anger. The Crusades were not fought by pacifists. The Templars were a bunch of meek, let's have a conversation with, let's turn it on to. Do you think the Templars went out and talked about the religion that the European, the white race had embraced and made our own? Do you think they went out and said, let's have a conversation about it, and talked about it as a collection of abstractions? Ay says probably worded what he was writing poorly. So word it again, and I will get to it. Good to see you, brother. Yeah, I'm disinclined to think that they wanted to turn everything into an abstraction, or that they just sat around and complained when they got the news. Could you imagine? The Templar Knights, they were sitting around and they're like, hey, have you seen the Daily Scroll? Have you looked in the Daily Scroll today? I don't know if they talk like that, but maybe they did. Have you seen the Daily Scroll? Says here that the Arab Muslims took more territory, that they slaughtered a bunch of Christians just 6 months ago. This is hot off the press. Just 6 months ago, they slaughtered damn Arabs. What do they call us again? Kefirs? Well, I must be a Kefir. Do you think that's what the Templar Knights did? You fucking son. You absolute scum. Just call me Kefir. And then when anybody was like, hey, you know, we should probably come together on the basis of our identity and go and defend what is of us and ours. And then they were like, what are you working for? The Arabs? What are you working for them? You must be an Arab supporter. Now you see how ridiculous it sounds to mature men and women of the West. Novi Horus said, miss the hair and shirt treatise on Charlie Kirk. Well, if you go back, I summarize it past Sunday near the beginning. And check it out. I even used the model of the little, as you can see him here, my little groundhog. He still has the surveillance radio earpiece set up on that I argue that Charlie Kirk was wearing. That is the explanation that's getting banned. So for some strange reason, that one's banned. I went on a minimum of 10 YouTube channels with massive viewership, with a minimum of 10, and producing video after video talking about the assassination and all of these bizarre conspiracy theories around it, and people in the threads talking, they're giving their 2 cents on it, and no iteration of my explanation could be posted. But I could say hello, but I could say that sounds like it's inaccurate to me. I could say all of that, but I couldn't say all right. Final piece of news and your comments, and we'll be getting into the next phase of the gathering today. And thank you all so much for coming over. I would get up, I would stand up, and I would go and get you what would you want, a coffee? You want some tea? You want a moose mug? How about a mug of me? How about that? How about a mug of me? You could stay over and you could sleep in the guest bed with sheets of me. You could use the bathroom with the shower curtain of me. You get bored in the bedside table, there's a puzzle of me. It's up to you. All right. Those labeled boring, it shames them into defending a negative or engaging unwillingly. Open-minded means don't defend Western norms, so that the label enforcers, is that what it is? White social narrative, those labeling boring. Okay, it looks like the same thing again there. In my view, it's better to avoid framing things. By the way, put it on live chat if you're on YouTube. Oh, yeah. And he says, in his view, better to avoid framing things as open-minded versus boring. The dichotomy is often a loaded anti-white meme pathogen. Yes. To dismiss those defending Western norms. Yes. It's like you say, they're anti-white manipulators, not hypocrites. Important not to use their terms. Precisely. Never use the names of their taking or take the names of their giving. Correct. Even if they label themselves. First Last is here. Good to see you, brother. Rapunzel is here. Throw down your hair. How many have seen that commercial where it is a black guy come to climb up Rapunzel's hair? Wow. Never ends. All right. Bada bing. Illegal migrant school chiefs' sordid past revealed. Sex, lies, DEI payouts? Oh, you mean anti-whiteism? The school district, and this is more of anti-white domestic terrorism. He just got one of those jobs that white people don't want to do. The school district superintendent, arrested by ICE this week, lied about attending MIT and was the subject of 2 sex discrimination lawsuits. So that's where we are. You can be an abject malefactor and throw on a pink suit, pink jacket, and head on out there in this anti-white, white erased Western civilization, and everything goes good for you. Can be a sex deviant, even beyond sexual eccentricity, sex deviant, and not even in the country legally, and possessing a legal firearm, illegally voting, all of these claims, driving around in a car paid for by the taxpayers, a nice car paid for by the taxpayers, carrying an illegal firearm and money, hundreds of dollars, and it works out well for you. Snappy dresser. Do you think that's what they would say about me if I were to be arrested by the anti-white regime? Snappy dresser, Jason Kuna. Ian Andre Roberts, 51, was fired by Des Moines Public Schools after it emerged that he was working illegally. So they knew that. And they celebrated that. In that anti-white environment, in this anti-white world, they knew that he was white erasing a white male from this role. They knew that to make things even better, he wasn't even legally allowed to be here. I guarantee, my opinion, guarantee the anti-whites loved that. While I struggle to get by, this thing was making $300,000 a year. Yeah. I tell you, these white, if young white guys or white guys of any age decided to come here, decided to be as enthusiastic about white well-being as they are about supporting Lil Nicky, Little Sombrero, everything would change overnight. Everything. So in a big way, he is a bulwark against the reclamation of our destiny in a very big, concrete way. He was finally fired when the public became aware that an illegal alien, according to the New York Post, was the superintendent. Robert spent over 20 years bouncing around the nation's education system. Okay, 20 years bouncing around. What happens to you in your industry, especially if you're a white guy, and you bounce around on jobs? You don't get hired for anything. Why? Because the employer looks and says, why have you had, 10 jobs in 20 years? What's wrong with you? Why do you keep having to? That sort of behavior is an immediate detriment to us. Not to an anti-white black guy. Holding top posts the entire time, from coast to coast, but also proved controversial. Top posts the entire time. He's screwing all of, I'm sure, the white women in these educational institutions. I saw a survey that was done. This was, I don't know, last month I saw it. I don't know when the survey was completed, but it had asked about infidelity. And the number 2 of unfaithful, at least in this survey, was nurses. And people see this all the time, the nurses. Number 1, teachers among females. Robert spent 20 years bouncing around, top posts. He ruined our district for 3 years, a former colleague. So some sane person witnessing this happening the entire time. Some sane colleague told the Post. He was very smooth and affable, but the overarching feeling you got from him was smoke and mirrors mystique. I've worked with guys just like this. Right side of their bell curve. He's also rumored to have been caught having sex with a female coworker. Really? I'd put that money down on any table in Vegas. Long before any of this. On school property in his previous role as superintendent in rural Pennsylvania. So I wonder in rural Pennsylvania what race she was. A post he held from 2020 to 2023. Former colleagues claimed to the Post that Roberts was a sketchy figure and a pathological liar. Well, he's allowed to be in the anti-white narrative. He's been oppressed, suppressed, exploited. I mean, you could tell by the $300,000 salary. They said they felt he was hired because of his diversity. You mean hired because of anti-whiteism? This is what people need to get right. This is what they need. I'm never going to complain that a non-white person was given a benefit because of their non-white status. They're benefiting because we are victimized. Focus on our victimization. And claimed that once on the job, he did little work. Really? You don't say. You don't. The smooth talking, anti-white, non-white guy did little work? Wow. He was a player. He liked the women. I bet he did. Only 2 lawsuits. I wonder how many more are going to come out as a consequence. A source who knew Roberts, who asked not to be named, told the Post, knowing that they would be fired. Another source expressed concern to the school board in Pennsylvania that Roberts might not be a legal resident on casual comments he had made, but their concern was ignored. No shit. Reports indicate Roberts has not been legally allowed to work in the United States since 2020. Originally from Guyana, Roberts had been ordered deported during the Biden administration. He was arrested by ICE on September 26 after attempting to flee officers and was, I mean, how many do we have? 50 million people that are non-citizens? 75 million that are non-citizens? How many? Seriously, illegal and visas that are now illegal and visa holders, H-1B, and what was it? What's the other one? H-1L? How many? He was arrested by ICE on the 26th after attempting to flee officers and was found hiding in a bush. I bet he spent a lot of time in bushes in rural Pennsylvania. The school owned, because you know they don't shave. I mean, let's be serious. Anti-white, white women. The school-owned vehicle he was driving contained a fixed-blade hunting knife, a loaded Glock 19 firearm, and $3,000 in cash. I bet he fantasized himself often shooting it like this. $3,000. I thought it was hundreds of dollars. I always try to be on the conservative side of estimates. Since then, it has emerged that he has faked many of his credentials. This is, I mean, and you know it wasn't this part smoothly done. You know nobody was looking. You know they received his resume and they just said, "Oh, it's all true. All of this that makes him sound wonderful is true because we can white erase a white man with him." His, I guess, in education, even though he's at the district level, it's probably still a CV. But it's lengthy of how genius he is, and they just accept, they don't look into anything. However, a spokesperson for the elite school told the Post it has no record of that. Yep, Circumvitee doesn't say anything about all the married white women he has bedded down so that they could make amends for anti-whiteism. They could make amends for how awful the white race is. You all know, I mean, it's an ugly reality. You know that's happening. He also claimed to have attended Harvard and Georgetown. Those schools did not respond to requests for verification. I mean, just to investigate his claim is to be anti-white. For years, Roberts also falsely claimed he had a doctorate from Baltimore's Morgan State University. He went to all of these schools for lunch. A school official told the Des Moines Register that he did not obtain a degree. Roberts, but we'll be happy to just give him one. Yeah, he didn't get one, but we'll be happy to give him one. Where is he? Roberts was superintendent of Mill Creek Township School near Erie, Pennsylvania, for 3 years. During that time, the school district was inundated by lawsuits. So the white erasure of our men, the white erasure of our norms, and it becomes a sex den, kind of like it looks like in Guyana. Very little work, sexual assaults, and driving down big, beautiful houses, vacations, gorgeous clothing. That, I mean, I don't approve, obviously, of much of the garish, tawdry nonsense that he will select. But if I was making even half of, if I was making a quarter of that, I would be, the suavity would be known for towns and towns and towns away. I would be a far better situated than I am. During that time, the school district was inundated by lawsuits and forced to pay taxpayer dollars, your and my dollars, for Erie is poor. Erie is like poor white people. Empty churches, poor white people, like so much of Pennsylvania. And those white people had to pay out $400,000, almost $500,000 in lawsuits to people that this anti-white terrorist, domestic terrorist, inflicted on the population. So the population being harmed in every imaginable way. Let's talk about Nazis. During that time, the school district was inundated. Town gossip claimed Roberts hightailed it out of Mill Creek after he was caught having sex with a female coworker on school property, another white woman, although this could not be verified. How many women is he bedding down at these schools? There were rumors flying around about his, let's say, extracurricular activities, close quote, a former colleague in that district said. A lawyer for Roberts did not immediately return the post request. This is Melody, said Ellington, and Roberts worked together in St. Louis before she joined him in Mill Creek. She worked there a year before getting a $250,000. So this is one of the women he sexually assaulted. My guess is that if she followed him from St. Louis, it's because he was hooking her up. He was hooking her up big time with work, with money. She probably doesn't qualify either, or she wouldn't be in cahoots with this guy, would she? An actual good black woman would not want to have anything to do with this guy. She would be endeavoring to make her way in the world on her own merit and effort. So my guess is this woman couldn't compete. And then what happened is she ended up there with this guy and getting the salary. And he said, hey, I need some back my direction. And then she didn't like having to pay up in the form of payment he was looking. At the time, Roberts' abrupt resignation, however, Mill Creek Schools was also in the process of negotiating another $250,000 settlement. She was threatening to sue the district, for constructive discharge following a resignation. According to the Labor Department, constructive discharge is a situation where a resignation is involuntary. Roberts is the only school district official identified by name in the settlement. One source told the Post that she was his girlfriend, but this could not be confirmed. So there you have, there he is right over here, the boss man. This is Des Moines. And you have, this building built by white men, a city built by white men. And the The boss man is the black guy. Among the red flags, firearms violations, which is at the root of him now being detained. Co-worker parents and members of the community noticed that something was off. All right, so we've heard about enough from this astronaut, or about this astronaut. He just wants to show up and, and solve cancer for us and make things all better, because the way we built Des Moines and Erie and other towns that he went into, the way that we built is inferior to how they do it in Guyana, which is more in comportment with his biospirit. So he was just going to show up and fix things for us. Finally, I mentioned it, Justice Brett Kavanaugh, would-be assassin, sentenced to 8 years in prison. You know that this person is not even going to get 8 years, will be paroled, my opinion, will be paroled before 8 years. So you can show up with plans to murder a Supreme Court justice, show up to carry out the act, and in the anti-white world, you're going to get a slap on the wrist, and your change of gender will be recognized and honored, because the guy that showed up to kill Roberts is now a girl named Sophie, who I presume will end up in a female prison, making things even easier on her. That's how sick it's become, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to take a very brief break, so you don't go anywhere unless you're just going to the bathroom, which is why I do this. You have an opportunity to go to the bathroom, get a beer, get a drink, get whatever it is. And then when you come back, we are going to have a very, very epic set of victories to share with you. And more importantly, the Go Free lesson of the day, which is going to teach you how to achieve these victories like so many others. So I look forward to seeing you at that point. And first, even before any music, we have the unmistakable, the one and only Dino Storms Westman.
Good gracious, ladies and gentlemen, a most extraordinary calamity has struck. The Empire's finest invention, a miraculous machine of time itself, has fallen into the wrong hands. Now, dreadful fiends from across the ages, spiteful mutants, demons, and horrors beyond imagination, march upon our proud West. But fear not, lion-hearted adventurers, for history's most unlikely heroes have answered the call. General Cornwallis, Old Hickory himself, Andrew Jackson, the maestro of mayhem, Johann Sebastian Bach, and the last queen of France, Marie Antoinette. Play in daring single-player or rip-roaring local co-op. Blast monstrous bosses, conquer infernal bullet hells, unleash your arsenal of gadgets, gizmos, and glorious firepower. The fate of Western kind, and indeed the very course of history itself, lies in your hands, brave man of the West. Stand fast, stiffen that upper lip, and charge forth into the surprising adventures of Westmen! Wishlist now on Steam, before it's too late.
Amor fati, amor fati, amor fati. Amor fati, amor fati, amor fati. I take it all, wouldn't change at all. The gods gave this life to me. I will praise every second I breathe. Oh, when the wind blows at my chest and the ice cuts at my skin, easy to slip into the suffering and break within. But I'm a child of infinity, swimming in a sea with no horizon line. Painting clouds with these thoughts, building shelters for the visions I bring to
It is that time, ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters. Thank you for being here. It is that time. Let me know that you can hear me. And I doubt that the audio has changed or is any better. We will address that when we are done here today. But this is time to celebrate, a huge celebration. Let's begin celebrating the great Dino Storm. As we went to break there, we played the great Dino Storm's commercial for his epic new game, Westmen. Fighting for Western kind. How absolutely cool is that? Quadruple 07s to the Dino Storm. It's over there on Steam, and the link for it is in the description on YouTube. Let's show this guy some love. Been working on this for a really long time. God bless you, brother. Thank you for that. How totally cool. A game called Westmen. Let's get on to our honors roll call we have today because it's the first gathering. The previous song, I saw someone ask, that's Olivia Key singing. Let's get to the honors roll call. These are the people who financially gift every single month without even thinking about it, and we celebrate them at the beginning of the month. Thank you, Dallas Malloy, says hearing you. Yeah, I could imagine if I'm just sitting here talking, nobody said. Thank you for that. Let's get over who, of course, is the number one all-star. The number one all-star on the honors roll call. It is Prometheum Healing. God bless you. And he was actually in the chat last time we were together as a Maverick. God bless Prometheum Healing. Let's get this man some raucous emojis. Show him the love. Prometheum Healing, number one in the All-Stars. Continuing with the All-Stars, we have Marie Curie, ladies and gentlemen. We have Western Sunrise. God bless these champions. And let's see, who else do we have? We have Greg and Joseph in the All-Stars. Big salutes to these folks, the All-Stars of the honors roll call. You can look into the description below for the platforms that you can use to financially gift monthly without even giving a thought to it to White Wellbeing. Make a difference in this world in one way or another. Let's continue with the rest of the honors roll call. We have King Petras, Save Western Civilization Now, Zana Zach, Mav Rent, Southern Bloom, Earth Mother is there as well. We have The Wanderer and Weldon and Keep It White. We also have a tiny squish. Wilhelm is with us in the honors roll call. We have Mark is over there as well. June, Lady June is there. Good to see you. Your LG, another wonderful lady. Your LG is over there. Defeat Deceit is there, as so is Prometheum Reckoning is over there in the honors roll call. And rounding out the honors roll call this month is the great Dallas Malloy. Also in the honors roll call, big salutes to these people. If I missed your name, might have been by accident, but make sure that your card is still active. Make sure that your subscription is still active. And then if everything is there, it's fine. Reach out to me and we'll make sure that you, as a member of the honors roll call, are named. The Westman is with us. Good to see you. For White Wellbeing, good to see you. Let's celebrate the great West and Franklin, Biospirit of the West and the Franklinator, for all of their hard work in various ways, many ways they are in service to white well-being successfully like gods among men. And in this, we are celebrating one aspect of their service, which is with different criteria, gathering many of the victories, not all of them, but many of the victories. And we love them and thank them for that. And we want to make sure that we get a big thank you to everyone who is swashing over in the Donald Trump Jr. stream. And those people are the Franklinator, the Biospirit of the West, the Ivan, the Tree Godfather, Matt Murray, Hoyt McCoy. I think that's everybody who was there this past week. God bless you. Never forget that it was by way of Donald Trump Jr. that we got the concept into the mouth, anti-white, of Donald Trump. Big celebration there. Well, my friends, we are going to get to the images from this week right after we celebrate a victory par excellence by Homeless Bear. Everyone on your feet, raucous emojis, quadruple 07s, crowns and gems galore for Homeless Bear. Now, some of the details have been changed to protect the innocent, ladies and gentlemen. But he writes this to me. It's story time. It all started about a month and a half ago when I attended an event as a member of, parenthetically, now this is a change that I make to protect, parenthetically, as a member of outstanding achievers in his profession. The theme of the event was showering us all with praise, parenthetically, and exclusive leadership training. But then they shafted us with an hour-plus long anti-white obedience training that had me stirring in my seat from the start. I want you all to think about all of the anti-white obedience training that you've had to go through at university, freshman orientation, orientation at your new job, and over time, again and again, recurring at your job. The anti-white obedience training, and what do you do? And what does the white population do? What do the anti-non-whites do? What do the cucks do? They all just sit there obediently, taking the abuse. There's nothing they can say in return. There's nothing they can push back with. How did one of our champions handle this moment, ladies and gentlemen, armed with the Go Free dialogic? He writes, we were strongly encouraged to complete a feedback survey at the conclusion of the event. Here's what I typed. And now, parenthetically, I'm going to tell you what he said. Homeless Bear shared constructive feedback that is intended to be anonymous, but he added his name and contact information. Now, how many cucks or anti-non-whites can do that? He wrote in that feedback that he had spoken with some others in the class, and they agreed with him that the training was anti-white. He wrote that he's sure the company didn't intend to be anti-white, that he thinks they're trying to do the right thing, that the core message they were trying to convey could be stronger by not singling out and defaming an entire racial group, that they all, as an institution, want to guard against all ideas that could undermine their work, and so they should guard against the immorality of anti-whiteism. He asked them to please reach out to him to discuss the matter, because this is an issue he finds to be very important. So, this high achiever in his industry, selected for this event for high achievers, is subjected with all of them to anti-white obedience training. He is able to address the anti-whiteism with his peers, the other high achievers in the company, with the Go Free dialectic and the Go Free arguments. He then, as they are all given a opportunity with a feedback survey to anonymously say what was good, what was bad, etc., he writes out all that I just shared, all of those ideas that I shared with you, and in that way, where he's sure that they don't want to be anti-white, he's sure that they want to do the right thing, that the training could be much better if it didn't include the defamation of an entire race of people, the white race, and then put his name. Now, and contact information, how many people can object to anti-white ideology, anti-whiteism, at their place of work at all without getting fired because they're cucks or they're schmucks? They can't, because they'll be fired. But high achievers who are privy to the Go Free dialogic can address this with their employer. What ends up happening? I received a phone call, he writes. It was one of the presenters. He called me to take me up on my offer to elaborate on my perspective so he and his colleagues could better understand where I was coming from and to hear any suggestions I have for how they could improve the presentation in terms of making it less offensive to people like me. Apparently, the team of directors had all read my feedback, and it was the subject of some portion of one or more of their meetings, wherein they ultimately decided it would be best to contact me for more information. I don't want to excite you with every detail, but the conversation was very productive. He had a sincere and apologetic tone and was genuinely interested in learning more. What have you learned here about the Go Free dialogic? Do you think you would get a call like that from someone representing the executives of your company if you had made a series of cuck objections with abstractions, or even worse, schmuck objections? Jews are putting you up to this training. You know what kind of call you would get. It's called the pink slip call. He writes on, I had taken notes right after the presentation. Look at how smart Homeless Bear is. Really just a list of anti-white isms we were forced to endure. So plenty of examples came to mind to utilize for illustration. I also cited several examples of anti-whiteism I have witnessed in other areas of, parenthetically, the company. He expressed agreement and understanding throughout, with no resistance to any of the points I was making. He repeatedly distanced himself from any ill intent and denied being himself anti-white several times. Oh my God. Oh my freaking God. This could be happening at every company that isn't so radically anti-white that any sign of resistance to anti-whiteism is even a moral one, is immediately a fireable offense. It could be happening across the Western world. All this is totally repeatable. My God. He denied being himself anti-white several times. As the audience takes a breath, he thanked me for taking his call and helping improve their program. Could you imagine any other way that you object to anti-whiteism and the officials say, thank you for helping us improve the program? I told him it was my pleasure and feel free to reach out again in the future if necessary. The great, the genius, the masterful Knight of the White Table, Homeless Bear, finishes with this. Jason, brother, these are high-level executives, and they are having meetings about how to be less anti-white. I could have been disruptive and made myself the center of attention during the white guilting session. But in a room of over 100 others, in a career-related setting, there were too many variables and too much risk. I am really happy, ecstatic even, about how this effort turned out. I submitted my feedback not knowing how it would be taken, though I was confident my messaging was moral. They could have ignored me and persisted with poisoning our people's minds as they had for who knows how many years. But they did the right thing this time. I want to recall your memory to the elementary school where the curriculum was changed by the use of the Go Free dialogic, not only for the white child of our advocate, but for all the white children coming through that teacher's classroom. Same thing in this work environment, replicable, scalable. These are good folks who have been horribly misguided. I used anti-white narrative and both anti-white and anti-whiteism several times during our talk. So hopefully he will reinforce those concepts with his colleagues so they can be guided by them in their efforts to refine their presentation and speaker notes for future iterations. I feel like such an epic champion today, and you should, brother, because you are succeeding for our people. I feel like such an epic champion today, Jason, and it's all thanks to you. Go Free has unleashed within me the power to live a meaningful life and the ability to heal myself and others. Folks, that was my mission I gave myself when I was 12 years old, to free Western kind of anti-whiteism so that the powerful spirit of the West could manifest in us everywhere we are, in every boardroom, in every line of work, in every classroom. When interactions like this are so easily turned into flawless victories, it makes the recapture of our people's destiny seem within arm's reach. If you're ever feeling depressed, reflect upon Homeless Bear's victory and what he just said right there. Thinking about how many of us will be viciously and needlessly victimized between now and then brings into focus how far away we really are. Story time is over, and it's time to get back to the work of white well-being. Thanks for everything you've done for me and for all of us on Team White Wellbeing, Jason. You are the man. You are the man. Big, stiff, proper salutes. Give this man crowns. Crowns and gems, ladies and gentlemen. Crowns and gems. Crowns and gems for the great Homeless Bear. At work, able to speak up and change the minds of his peers. In his place of employment, ladies and gentlemen. Replicable, scalable, everywhere we live, everywhere we work, everywhere we recreate. We can change the conversation. We can liberate our brothers and sisters. Look at how Homeless Bear went to them. I know you're good people. I know you want to do the right thing. Discriminating, persecuting, maligning the white race is anti-whiteism. That's not the right thing. Let's talk about it. And he won the day. This is the only place with these kind of victories. God, shower this man with love and grace and opportunities. An achiever, a high achiever in his industry. That's the kind of people we bring here and manifest in service to white well-being. God bless Homeless Bear. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get to these victories online today. Right into it. Anglo-Saxon NWG made a clip of yours truly. Hey, and this is the clip you could watch if you could find it. 660 people have watched the clip of my argument about what happened in the Charlie Kirk assassination, why his shirt and hair moved the way they did. Give it up for Anglo-Saxon. And for everybody making clips. Tree Godfather makes like, what, 10 a day? Big salutes. Anglo-Saxon NWG on our friend I Am Yes, You Are No. Tweeting about that exact story we were talking about. Anglo-Saxon coming in there and saving with this epic meme. 451 just getting started. It's not about race. It's all about race. Their race. In anti-whiteism, precisely. Give it up for Anglo-Saxon NWG. Here he is again on our friend I Am Yes, You Are No, liberating almost 1,700 people with the white magic of Go Free, saying anti-whites want total white erasure. Let's keep it going. Anglo-Saxon NWG over on Matt Walsh, saving 822 people giving likes to this. Who else is sick and tired of anti-whiteism and white erasure? He got 40 replies, starting the conversation. The great Anglo-Saxon of the West, ladies and gentlemen. Again on Matt Walsh, anti-whiteism is the only evil that's legal. Only over 1,000 people in Matt Walsh's audience giving that a like. 47 replies and climbing. Anglo-Saxon epic swasher. Here he is over on Orla Jolson. 4,266 views, almost 200 likes, retweets. Anti-whites want total white erasure. These are liberated human beings, seeing the words of white magic that Homeless Bear wielded so flawlessly. God bless Anglo-Saxon NWG. Anti-Vilification League getting in to the audience of Anthony Albanese, Prime Minister. And he writes, stop white erasure, the immorality of our time. 10 freaking thousand people liberated by Anti-Vilification League in Albanese's audience. God bless you, champion. Keep it rolling. This is Anti-Vilification League. And this is Stefan Molyneux. Stefan Molyneux, during his live stream, just said colonizer is an anti-white slur 8 times in his space. 8 times. Stefan Molyneux saying colonizer is an anti-white slur. You know, Anti-Vilification League is swashing over there like an epic god. Give it up for AVL. Big salutes and big gratitude to Stefan Molyneux saying colonizer is an anti-white slur. We are changing the conversation. Cardia Nebula with a response on Way of the World, empowering 500 audience members in Way of the World's audience. 44 likes and climbing with this epic meme. Anti-whiteism is caused by jealousy and envy. Magnificently done. Let's hear it for Cardia Nebula. 07s, Gorgas emojis. Conflict footage on Rupert Lowe MP using this epic meme. This content creator has been using apparently more and more of the meme. So let's celebrate conflict footage, empowering 13,000 people, working on 600 likes in the audience of Rupert Lowe MP. God bless conflict footage. One of our very best, Connor over here on Lee Hurst, empowering 4,723 human beings with this. Diversity is code for white erasure, and properly putting diversity in quotes. Hundreds and hundreds of likes and retweets. Give it up for Connor, Knight of the White Table. Connor again, this time under Paul Embry, empowering 6,000 more human beings in this person's audience. Connor writing, white people are terrified of the potential for anti-white social lynching. It shows that anti-whiteism is the dominant social morality in all white Western countries. When one points to Eastern European countries as an exception, it's only a difference of degree. Magnificent and genius level dialectic by the great Connor, swashing like a true champion from the House of Swash. Again, over here, this time in the audience of Politics UK, almost another 5,000 people manumitted from the chains of anti-whiteism. Hundreds and hundreds of likes with this glorious meme. The website is there. English is an ethnicity. British is a collection of related ethnicities. He writes, other whites can assimilate into these ethnicities over generations. Genius dialectic right there. Non-whites never can due to the racial differences, those bio-spiritual differences. Ladies and gentlemen, keep the raucous emojis loud and raucous. One of Western kind. In the audience of Elon, well, no, this is what happened is one of Western kind's comment was at the very top of someone else's post. He wrote this: because anti-whiteism is the morality of the West, socially and institutionally. Until that changes, white victimization will continue to be hushed and minimized and not given justice. You know who read that? Elon Musk, who came in right after one of Western kind, ladies and gentlemen. Holy give it up for this hero. And how many views just in and of himself? Working up to 30,000 people liberated. He was number one when Elon Musk showed up and would have absolutely read that. That is how the Knights of the White Table from the House of Swash get things done. Cool Papa J Magic. Over here on History Debunked, 223 people saved. Racism, in quotes, is a fictional concept that was only ever meant to harm white people. It is used to dehumanize us and justify, again in quotes, anti-white violence. We should never use it ourselves, even ironically. In most cases, it is a slur. God bless the cool. And he's only getting started. He's over on Matt Walsh. 275 more people. An entire career built on anti-whiteism. And no, Matt, he doesn't actually believe what he's saying. His allegiance is to the anti-white narrative, not truth. Keep it going. For the swashing general, Cool Papa J Magic. Audience needs to take a breath again as we come back. 300 plus more people liberated by the cool this past week. In Mark Dice's audience, we need to start treating anti-whiteism the way mainstream conservatives treat perceived anti-Jewish rhetoric. How genius, my brother, how genius. I'm tired of being told that the persecution and exploitation of white people is, quote, not about race. Oh my God. I'm on my feet for that one. I echo that 10,000 more times. Every single time we hear from them that it's not about race. Cool liberating almost another 300 people, giving likes here and replies, starting conversations about this in the audience of Sargon of Akkad. It was never a project or an experiment. It was always meant to victimize the white population. It did not fail. The white erasure of the West is going as expected. Folks, that is genius. The cool general just defeated every conservative thing that Sargon of Akkad has ever argued in this one post. Give it up to the cool Papa J Magic. He swashes again, this time in Think Before You Speak, working on 400 more people liberated with likes. Assimilation is a myth used to convince white people to lower our guard and allow our countries to be white erased. God bless this man. Make sure he gets some gems. Make sure he gets some beautiful raucous emojis. Let's keep it going. Cool is unstoppable. Nearly 300 more likes. We got to keep it rolling. Screenshot that. Read it for yourself. This is in the audience of the great Tim Pool. God bless and God love the cool Papa J Magic. Dallas Malloy over here in epic discovery. Thanking, she's in there fast, swashing over there on Crowder and his crew and getting to him right away with his use of anti-white. Thank you, Crowder, for calling out anti-whiteism. He will read this. This is especially coming from somebody like Dallas Malloy. This is the most precise word for the plague of our time. The ideology of the wretched Brooks and so many others who are mind poisoned by the anti-white, immoral, beautifully written imperative, the social morality of the West. God bless you and your marvelous team for all of your courageous work. Well, guess what? Not just one time this week, twice this week, over there with the sidekick of Crowder's, Morgan. Thank you for stating this monster was expressing anti-white views. When they show up and they're saying, you all didn't do it. I heard it first on Louder with Crowder. It's because we did it. It's because Dallas Malloy and so many of you have been swashing on Crowder for years are responsible for this. This is exactly what Dallas writes here. What drove him to this terrible act of violence. He is a vile anti-white. God bless the swashing general. Perfection of Dallas Malloy. Hundreds on this post. Hundreds on the post before, ladies and gentlemen. We're changing the world, and our champions are because of it. Dandy Westman in here. Almost 2,000 people liberated in the audience of Drew Pavlu. Such vile anti-whiteism. Seething anti-whites like him need to go. And the epic meme right here. This one created by Tree Godfather, I believe. Well done, Dandy. The great Franklin. Over here in the audience of Nick Sorter. Saving the lives of nearly 6,000 people. Empowering them. Hundreds of likes in that audience. Franklinator writes, another anti-white who lives in Maine. In my opinion, anti-whites often live far away from the white erasure they advocate. So very true, champion. Give it up for the swashing general Franklinator. Ivan Zehagable. 3,000 people empowered by the white magic in the audience of the dark side. Anti-whiteism is the dominant social immorality, beautifully written, of the West. They wouldn't be nearly as violent if it wasn't. All of this ends when whites create people out of our deracinated race and start collectively defending ourselves against anti-white victimization. Big love to the Ivan as he continues with nearly 4,000 more people empowered. This also in the audience of Drew Pavlu. This caused by the white erasure of our norms in the criminal justice system, brought to us by anti-whites. And an epic meme again shared. Give it up for the Ivan. the huggable. Ivan again in the audience of Seeing is Believing, working on 4,000 more people empowered just this past week. Hundreds of likes. I'm surprised the white man wasn't thrown in jail by the anti-whites in the French criminal injustice system. Maybe he was. Either way, we got to put an end to anti-whiteism. Look at this. Look at this meme. Look at the number of people being empowered. This is done out of love. This is the love, hope, and recapture of our destiny. Johnny White Wellbeing getting in this week. Look at this. 2,329 people saved by Johnny White Wellbeing. Anti-whiteism knows no boundaries. And this in the audience of James Woods. We've been into his audience, folks. Look at this epic meme. How has anti-whiteism affected you? Beautifully done, Johnny. Beautifully done. Julia, her first space, hosting her first space on the Shade Tree. She was elevated by the Tree Godfather. Doing an epic job on her first space. Show the appreciation to Julia, ladies and gentlemen. The Shade Tree taking place almost every single day at 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Look, a bird over in the audience of Legitimate Targets. Now that's white positivity. Our people know children deserve real mothers and fathers. One people, many nations, one fight. End anti-white. I love this meme. Got the web address down there. How many people empowered? 2,600 brothers and sisters empowered in the audience of Legitimate Targets. Big salutes to Look a Bird, ladies and gentlemen. Big salute. Show the love. Max Power in the audience of Colin Rugg. 2,208 people seeing the epic meme here. Days without anti-white terrorism, 0. No white guilt.org. Let's give it up for Max Power. Max Power, God bless you. Raucous emojis to you. This is a message sent to the Tree Godfather as a consequence of the Shade Tree Spaces on X. Enjoyed listening today. I enjoy how calm the Shade Tree Space is. Yourself and Hans give a lot of your valuable time to the cause. I appreciate that. I have been lurking and enjoying learning more about the NWG concepts. Thanks again. Give it up. Give it up for the Tree Godfather. Give it up for everyone participating from this magnificent community in the Shade Tree every single day. There are more and more lurkers all the time, more and more people coming to understand the concepts, more and more people learning to be white positive rather than white negative, to be for white well-being rather than against non-white well-being. God bless the work of these champions. Olav getting in on the swashing this week, this time in the audience of Homath. 3,253 people in Homath's audience getting a look at talking about acknowledging yours truly and this beautiful meme right here, the anti-white narrative. Make sure Olav standing up like a real champion, ladies and gentlemen. Think of all of the classless losers who have not only ignored people co-opting the work we do here, but have actively played a part in that theft. Olav isn't standing for it because he's a real man of the West. Show the man some love. Show him some real love. Big salutes from yours truly, our love. Over there in the audience of Right Angle News Network, we got our friend Paul Zaipula showing up, and he liberates over 12,000 people this past week in that audience. The ADL promotes what? Anti-whiteism. Show the love to Paul Zaipula. Well done, sir. Well done. Take a look at this. A solo advocate on Instagram was spotted by our champion, Stoppa Anti-Whiteism. The solo activist James here writes, anti-whites, just admit you're anti-white. 1,137 people seeing that. Big salutes. Or I guess no, or giving hearts to that. Big salutes to James. We love you, James. Well done. And thank you, Stoppa Anti-Whiteism, for spotting it and sharing with us so we could celebrate James. Stumbling is not mumbling when he rolls into Daniel Kincanon's audience and empowers over 5,000 people in that audience with the beautiful meme here. Two-tier justice? What are the two tiers? What are the two tiers? The goose is yelling. Two-tier is justice is anti-white. Exactly. Give it up for Stumbling. God bless you, swashing general. Again, he's here. 1,000 more people, this time in the audience of Leonardo Joni, with this epic meme, Stop White Erasure. Did Stumbling also make that meme? Big salutes. Hundreds of likes and retweets. God bless you, Stumbling, Knight of the White Table. The Blue Flame. Another one of the champions over there in the shade tree very often. Until anti-whiteism gets called out, this will keep happening. Epic meme showed. I love it. This is in the audience of Desiree. 700 plus people saved in Desiree's audience and counting. Show him the love. Look at this week. Same meme, this time in the audience of Terrible. This time, 3,375 people empowered by the Blue Flame. Big love and supports. What an enormous week for victories, ladies and gentlemen. Tree Godfather coming in. We got to start speeding through these because there are so many. Nearly 5,000 people empowered in the audience of Gunther Engelman. Both sides are anti-white. Check out the meme. Hundreds and hundreds of likes and retweets. The Tree Godfather is a godfather like no other. TM is here. Over 1,000 people empowered in the audience of Eric Schmidt. These leftists were and are radical anti-white terrorists who are driven by their hatred of our Western kind, which they seek to erase. I love this meme too. Which way, white man? We could use the website on there, but otherwise totally epic. Give it up for TM. Tree Godfather back again, this time in the audience of Basil the Great, liberating nearly 4,000 people with hundreds and hundreds of likes with this beautiful meme. Get a screenshot, ladies and gentlemen. Raucous, total raucous emojis for the Tree Godfather. I think you're just going to have to get going on the Tree Godfather celebrations. Over 4,000 people, this time empowered in the same audience. Basil the Great. Audience for like a fourth time having to take a breath with these epic memes. Hundreds of likes. Love, show the love to Tree Godfather. Tree Godfather again. Nearly 4,000 people empowered with this beautiful meme that he made here. Anti-whites will go at any length to victimize us. This in the audience of Congressman Russell Fry. Nearly 4,000 people in the congressman's audience seeing this and being empowered and getting hundreds of likes. Tree Godfather again in the audience of Donald Trump Jr. The ADL is an anti-white hate group. 4,288 people empowered in Donald Trump Jr.'s audience. Hundreds of likes. Tree Godfather. Man, a godfather. And he's doing all this while sick. Again, with the same Charlie Kirk meme in response to a post in the audience of End Wokeness. Another almost 3,000 people liberated and empowered. Tree Godfather writing, he's an anti-white pig about the subject matter, posted by End Wokeness. Tree Godfather again with his epic meme here in the audience of our friend I Am Yes. Over 3,000 more people. Count all of these thousands up from these heroes. Man, I am it's just as out of this world. Tree Godfather again. nearly 3,000 more people, this time in the audience of Make Europe Snow. I love this meme with this beautiful white baby. Biological white erasure is evil. We got to keep it rolling. Again, this time in the audience of Peter B., an opportunity to harm white people. The beautiful meme. Folks, over 8,000 more people getting exposed and empowered. Hundreds and hundreds of likes and retweets, all by the Tree Godfather himself. Tree Godfather in the audience of the U.S. Department of Labor. Over 1,000 people empowered. This is the past week. Over 100 likes. Hire white men again. End systemic anti-whiteism. My God. Gems, crowns, trophies, flowers. Tree Godfather. Nearly 3,000 more. Hundreds of likes. In the audience of Zoomer with this epic meme. My ancestors funded this country and built everything you see. I love that. Say it with pride. Again, in the audience of Zoomer, your government is anti-white and wants you dead. With the perfect meme about what anti-white means. Over 5,000 more people in that audience. Tell me again how we didn't do it. Tell me again how we didn't do this. Yeah, tell me again. The great white dragon, one of our sister swashing champions of the House of Swash, 1,000 people empowered. White flight is not the solution. Anti-whites in politics, media, etc. Find white people wherever they hide and white erase their towns with anti-white non-whites. Also here in Germany, only ending anti-whiteism will stop this. Only becoming a people and acting accordingly will change this. Look at all of these beautiful memes she's posted to empower people. Give it up for our sister, White Dragon. We did this, ladies and gentlemen, every single bit of it. And with that, we'll be right back. Wow. That was the longest. And of course, obviously, we had a lot to do with reading Homeless Bear's victory. But there's nothing like the victories we have here. Nothing. And so I have nothing but deep contempt for everyone in the white sympathetic sphere who isn't standing up with us, who isn't lauding us. Each one of these champions should have requests from across the board for interviews. Across the board in the white sympathetic sphere for interviews. Achieving this level of victory. Why? Because everything that they're spreading and the success of everything that they are spreading, swashing, promulgating, is evidenced by Homeless Bear's victory at work with the executives of the company. Everything is evidenced by all of those successes. The other one I mentioned in the elementary public school here in the United States, changing the actual curriculum being taught. Nothing, no more argument. It's figured out. No more wondering. No more new approach, which is a repeat of some old approach with a new name and a new banner and a new collection of people to be victimized by their own ideas. This is it. God bless everybody, every single one of you. What an epic, epic job. Let's keep the celebration going for Anonymous, financially gifting $50 today. You know who you are, Anonymous. Let's see everybody on their feet with raucous emojis for Anonymous. God bless you, brother. Not every Anonymous is the same. You know who you are. $50 to White Wellbeing. Let's head over here to the financial gifts that are celebrations. We have here the dude, the bro, the moment. And as has happened a couple of Wednesdays, when we swash at Wednesdays at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, the dude, bro moment. His financial gift came in a little bit late. $50 on Wednesday for White Wellbeing. $50 today for White Wellbeing. He writes, Show the man some love. $100 from Dude Bro Moment. And I deeply appreciate you showing up even after with those financial gifts, brother, because I put all of this together. I've got my life. I've got everything going on. I put everything together. I get together with everybody. And it's just one of those ways that we can say thank you to each other. And you're like, you're not going anywhere, Jason. You're not going in. It's not going to be like the old days when you held meeting after meeting with no one showing up or one person showing up or whatever it is. God bless you, brother. $100 today. Dude, bro, freaking moment. Can we just celebrate that? Out of your seats with your flags, with your banners, your raucous emojis, with those number one finger stuffy things that you can hold up in the air, with your tomahawk hatchets for white positivity syndrome. Over here on Entropy, the Dude Bro Moment platform, financially gifting on this glorious day $200 to White Wellbeing. $200 financial gift. God bless white positivity syndrome. How totally beautiful. God bless you for that, champion. Has a long statement. I will come back and read that. We're going to keep it moving now, but you're absolutely getting read. God bless you. Thank you for that. $200 on this day. Let's keep it rolling to Flame of the West. Flame of the West over here on Entropy Financially Gifting, $25. Big salutes, 007s to Flame of the West. I like that name too, Flame of the West. $25 and writing for white well-being. Big salutes to you. Also have a financial gift here from Scott. $20 today. $20 financial gift, 007 from Scott. Scott writes, Prometheum hails. And he says, to honor the honors roll call. Whoa. Very pristine, very Slotzian. Very pristine, very Slotzian of you, Scott. God bless you. Honoring everybody on the honors roll call. So epic. God bless you. Thank you so much. Let's swivel around this way. You know the name I'm going to give here. Corey. Financially gifts. $50 today. Corey. $50 financial gift. God bless you, brother. Thanks again, brother. He says 07. And 07 to you, my brother champion. And we have, let's see if there were any that came in on Subscribestar while we've been live. No more. So we will circle back to the comment made by White Positivity Syndrome, and then we'll get to the other financial gifts. God bless you all. God bless you. White Positivity Syndrome says, I'm sending this praying that one day soon we will have our own SPLC. We do. We do. It's our foundation, the foundation for whitewellbeing.org. We've got it. And we are carrying forward in the fashion of Homeless Bear, producing heroes, champions like this. So God bless you for that $200. He says, and with the same nonstop determination, we will call out anti-white hatred. Yes. Welcome aboard, my brother. And call out and email any organizations insisting they address the anti-whiteism and anti-white hatred we see them platforming or engaging in. Epic. We did that. We did that just this past week with the great Homeless Bear. He called out as an employee. We will be able to do that as an entity with greater and greater force using the tools here in the Go Free Dialogic. God bless you, man, for getting in. Big salutes. He said, can I get an amen for this goal, guys? Yeah, let's get an amen across the board. Let's get a big amen across all of our platforms. A big amen for white well-being. Well said. Nowhere else could I have even gotten this idea other than from Mr. NWG himself. Well, big salute. Thank you, brother. I will stand shoulder to shoulder with you, man. That's how we do it here. You see, we produce these epic champions. We produce these people who are empowered like wizards of the West, and they go out in the world and they change the world. They change their work environment. They change what police departments are doing. They change what iHeartMedia is doing. They change what public school, they change what, on and on and on. This is how it's done. Replicable, scalable. And the more people that we make into Knights of the West, the more we bring in here and empower so that they can utilize this dialogic in their world, the more powerful the foundation for white well-being becomes. The more that we become able to act like the SPLC or the ADL or even IPAC, any of these, the Asian American, the Latino American, on and on, the NAACP, the more we become able to act like them and put pressure on these institutions. Very well stated. And God bless you, champ. Let me turn over here. The Great Sloths point. Yeah, let's celebrate the Great Sloths for that meme that we shared. I think it was at the very beginning of our break. And the Great Sloths produced that meme like when, brother? When you first got started? I mean, this guy came out swinging out of the corner. God bless you, champion. Well done. Big salutes. All right, looking for financial gifts. Then we will come back for the tags. Looks like we've got another from the great Slotzian. $1 over here on Premium Rumble. Meme in your DMs. Oh, yeah, okay. Should be more fiery now. Oh, so that's the one. That's the one that I grabbed. All right. Awesome. But the other $1 by the Great Sloths over here. I want to shout out Steven Crowder. He was the go-to by an insider for the despicable killing of Charlie Kirk. The authorities sent him the shell casing information because it could have been hidden. Yes. The folks who are ever working with Steven Crowder, a lot of powerful insight coming through that vehicle. And yeah, absolutely big salute, big Promethean salute to Steven Crowder by the Great Sloths. Well said, brother. Good on you. The Great Fornol has given a like to the stream on DLive. Thank you, man. Turning on the AC because it's getting hot in here. Let's see what's happening over here. We have Robert financially gifting $5. Thank you, brother. He says, for white well-being. And we also have Weldon, $5 financial gift, saying God bless. Well, God bless you as well. And we have Yiz the Unifier, financially gifting $5. Weekly folk tithe for white well-being. Thank you, sister. Let me get a drink. The great Novi Hora pointing out here, saying that's the thing. It's replicable and scalable. Yes. Can you believe that I made arguments at meetings and conferences about whatever we did had to be replicable and scalable by each of us individually. We had to be able to pick it up and use it successfully in our lives. And there were people who pushed back against that. There were lots. Bulldog Boris is here. First, last is here. And did my tweet, I sent you a tweet. Did it ever go through? That just reminded me. No. Let me try to, it's in the sending for some reason. Let me see if it'll go. Let me know if you get it. All right. Tag me as No White Guilt. What an seriously unbelievable week this has been. What an unbelievable week of an amazing and extraordinary. All right, it worked. Thank you. What an extraordinary week of victories. There's no mail, by the way, in the thaumatological mailbag this week. It was empty. Make sure you tag me as No White Guilt. Have you ever heard? You will never hear anyone from any other community with testimonials like these. Never. Never. No one is ever going to say, I went and shared everything that I learned from Lil Nicky at my work. And they said, well, you know what? Can you please talk to the executives so that we can make changes here? Not happening. Not happening. Not any of these other entities. Not happening. The only thing you would hear is, oh, yeah, they're all fired. They all got fired. What a beautiful and colorful entropy we have today. It's so beautiful, I will share it. On the screen. Look at that. What a beautiful. Entropy, Dude Bro Moment platform that we have today. As you can see, if you don't go on Entropy, the donation tab is on the left and the Tall Kevin widget chat is on the right. You can write to me there if you are unaware. Otherwise, tag me as No White Guilt across the platforms, and I will see what you have to say, starting here on the live chat on X. Epic week, everyone. There he is. This is how a team is supposed to work. You know, and I was thinking about this too. We're going to begin to our Go Free lesson, and any comments you might have in our final half hour together here at Church of the West. I was thinking, you know, they talk about this. Don't be proud. These cucks do. Don't be proud of your people. Don't be proud. You don't have any claim to the successes of your people. I just want you to imagine for a minute. Imagine if I or you were to be in charge of a Boy Scout troop. Let's say we start at Cub Scouts with the young men. Let's say, 20 of them. And name your cuck. Starts with 20 white. All the kids here are white in a Cub Scouts. And we teach the 20 beautiful little white boys like Logan. We teach them that they are part of a great people, that they have this glorious spirit inside of them, and that if they indulge that biospirit of the West, that they can do glorious things, that they are one with their brothers, not only in the present, but also in the past and in the future, that they have a responsibility, that they can climb on the shoulders, that they are great, that greatness dwells within them because it has dwelled and manifested itself in the world, in the body of our people. Now imagine we rear them through Cub Scouts and Boy Scouts until their young adult years versus, a Peterson or some other conservative out there with 20 white boys telling them they're all individuals and they should clean their room and they have no connection to the glory of their people. There's no great history that imbues them by the magic of their birth. What group of 20 boys is going to turn out better? What group of 20 boys is more likely to stab the other boys in the back to get ahead? What group of 20 boys is more likely to work together to achieve great things? And there's no question about this. No question about this whatsoever. So let's get to your comments. Thank you all for coming over for Church of the West, our humble little special warfare operations, and the changing of the world, as you can see. Let me look for tags on Premium Rumble. Tag me over there on YouTube. I'll be looking over there in just a minute. Slot says, okay, we got that. That was the meme. You're going to love this. Trump got blocked from Oregon's National Guard. So literally took control of California's and had them go to Oregon. The anti-whites are freaking out, writes Slots. That's happening right now? How could the president be blocked from the National Guard? I guess he has extra steps and then he could take control of it, but I guess he already had control of the California National Guard. I love that. That's brilliant. I do love it. Looking for tags. Tag me as No White Guilt. Great to see everybody over there. Lively conversation. All right. If you tagged me over there and I didn't see it, then please tag me again and post it, and I will come back. I think I got everybody, and good to see everybody over there. We have the lesson of the day. Love is blind. Love is blind. We have Land of the Fake. Financially gifting $5. God bless you, brother. There is no community with more moral courage than this community here. God bless every one of you. Thank you so much for that. God bless you, champion. We are on the moral high ground. I stand with every single one of you, shoulder to shoulder, without question. Everybody else has to sit around and complain and hide their power level and share stories about how family members spat on them, community members spat on them, who are good people, not even radical anti-whites. Thank you so much, Land of the Fake over there on Premium Rumble. Swiveling back around over here to YouTube. Love is blind. It's only skin color, and slavery made whites wealthy. Mean pathogens all. You face them, I face them. First Last says, I sent you a strong comment, okay? I'll check it out, brother. A Wanderer says, the group of boys that hate on non-whites would totally turn out the best. Yeah. Yeah, he says joking. Yeah, that's what would happen. They would all become real heroes and achieve great things. First Last saying, he and Novi Hora, we're not as happy about the vulgarity as say Dallas, and that he can't recommend the show to minors or women because of the vulgarity. Well, as you know, I normally am not going off with the F word, but sometimes it's warranted. And the manly fire in me cannot resist. There is a troll, it appears, that keeps getting deleted. And that's what happens to trolls. The troll slayers get at them. You will be deleted, troll. We have all the, could you imagine how anti-white this troll must be to hear these victories and attack? I mean, you can really see the recipe. Show up, pretend to be pro-white, demand that everybody become anti-non-white, or it's illegitimate, slander them if they're not. And then when they do that, they don't achieve these victories. If they do that, they don't go on to change the system and arrest anti-whiteism. Has it ever been more obvious that this whole anti-white thing, anti-non-white thing, and encouraging white people to engage those ideas and to speak that way in their world is just to undermine us? Has it ever been more obvious? One day, the foundation will be 1,000 times the size of any anti-white organization existing today, says the great cool Papa J Magic. So very true, brother. We're never stopping. We are committed. No amount of trolls showing up. Pants is with us as a Virginian. He asks, have you ever met WLP? Well, I can't say if I ever met him. There was a communication where I was critical of the anti-Jew stuff. And I said, it's never going to go anywhere, in my opinion. It was a long time ago, but I said, it's never going to go anywhere. And you want a community of the best white people. You say that all the time. The people who are leaders in our communities across the country. But then you speak the language that will get them fired, ruined, destroyed, and you want them to repeat that. Have you ever considered? Yeah, it's this. I'm so glad that on this day, with victories this big, with changing this business, this big business, and whether or not white people will continue to be slandered, and the way that the dialogic was received on this day, it's perfect that these Jewsburgs are showing up, isn't it? If they cared about white people, this they would be happy about. But they don't care about white people. So they're not happy. Never forget this day. Never forget this day. Let this sit in your head. This proof forevermore that the Jewsburgs, the anti-non-whites, attack white people, achieving white positivity, arresting our victimization. They attack those white people. Thank you all for showing up. Proving me right. I want to thank Rapunzel for helping with the acquisition of some of these stories. Thank you so much for that. The Great Sloths is here. They can't convince their niece, but they call it failure to convince a coworker. So true, brother. You're absolutely right. They convince no one in their lives. These people act like, if it's even a real white person, it's probably not anymore. Sure, there are going to be some, but I think more often now, we're going to come upon, especially non-white Hispanics from Central South America that are playing to be Nazi, playing to be white power advocate, and they see Jews as a competitor, and they want white people fighting Jews because it benefits them. The same with Arabs in America. It behooves them to play like they're white power advocate. I'm sure the anti-white Hispanics, anti-white Arabs I'm talking about, not the entire races of people. I'm sure anti-white Arabs have an account, a Nazi account, as well as their normal accounts, to slander people like me and us for achieving the end of our victimization, because it will benefit them if the white race battles the Jews that they hate. I'm sure more often we're going to be coming upon those type of people. So never forget this day. Never forget the scale of the victory and the anti-whites in the midst of that victory attacking us. Novi Horace said, he says he tries to help me be aware of the negativity of overly foul language is because I want you to get many millions of subscribers and our people free. Well, I appreciate that. Every recommendation to help with the goal, I deeply appreciate. All right. Well, despite the not being happy with the stream so much today, First Last coming in with 100. He still loves white well-being dollars. 100. Still in love with white well-being. He says, still love you, brother. Much love in return. I've got thick skin. And I am fine with all kinds of suggestions, criticism. I might not always agree with it, but I'm fine with it. All having the same objective. Deeply appreciate 100 Raucous emojis. 007's $100 from the first and the last. All right. You can continue to tag me. You can continue to tag me as we take a quick look at our MPs that we're covering today. And we'll see what all we can get to. We might not be able to get to all of them as we are running low on time. Look at Ivan Zahababa with the accordion. Ivan will wake you in the middle of the night playing the accordion in the dark corner of your bedrooms. He does it out of love. Could you imagine that thing firing up in the corner of the bedroom in the dark? But that is how Ivan's operates. And while Ivan does this, Ivan's female wife will be in the kitchen making you crumpets. All right, here we are. Go free, edition 2, iteration 2. And we have... Oh, I think it's a page back. Come on. No. Ah, yes. Love is blind. Does anybody remember one of the favorite meme curatives for this meme pathogen? Have you been faced with a meme pathogen? Love is blind. Oh, what do you say? Oh, you see yourself as a collie, a Martian collie that is part fire hydrant, okay? And you are in love with, you like to fornicate with, what is this now? Lab toads, okay? Love is blind. This is one of the, of course, meme pathogens to undermine our norms for sexuality. We have an MC here on page 215 recommending that you try out this response. Your hatred for the white race is 2020. Your hatred for the white race is 2020. Often we see the love is blind used, and for those of us more than 2 decades old, we've encountered it most often when it comes to probably when it comes to miscegenation, biological white erasure. And so what they say to you then is, love is blind. You shouldn't care. Love, it's just love. You're getting in the way of love. Well, of course, you're not getting in the way of love. You're pointing out that the person making that statement hates the white race. Love is blind. Well, your hatred of the white race is 2020. We both know the consequences of the miscegenation, technical term. It is biological white erasure. Now, we in White Wellbeing believe, we know for sure, it's not just a belief, that people of different races can fall in love. They can have meaningful relationships. When it comes to the white race, that indeed can happen with the white race, whites and non-whites can fall in love. We are aware, though, that perhaps with the white race that happens least often, that it's just purely a falling in love, because the white partner is afflicted with anti-whiteism and is, to some degree, we argue, and there'll be special cases, but we're talking about general here, where this white guilt and this desire to doff or shed the white guilt and the identity of a white person plays some sort of role in the falling in love, or even just picking a mate, a non-white mate. But we do recognize that people can fall in love, and it is not merely motivated in part or in large part by white guilt. At the same time, we also acknowledge the consequences of those unions, that the children are very little white in the vast, vast majority of cases. There's very little white left in them. They really look like slightly diluted, non-white children, slightly different, slightly lighter, slightly different, non-white children. And so that's the end to us. Now, or for us, what would it be like if unions with us resulted in pure white children, that there's nothing left of the non-white parent? You and I know very well, and this you can use on your interlocutor, that they would not be arguing love is blind. They would say that even our genes, they already say this, but they would say even our reproductive genes are evil, because our reproductive genes obliterates the non-white person. They, anti-whites like us, can look at the children and see children that are non-white from these unions. Now, the children aren't bad because of that, obviously. They identify as non-white for the obvious reason that they look non-white, and that in the world today, being non-white is a benefit. It's a boon. You're started on third base. And being white is a hindrance. It's an undermining. It's an affliction. They would never choose that. So when you're confronted by this, love is blind in any imaginable way, you can push right back that their hatred of the white race is 2020 because they know the consequences. And would they be so inclined to support those consequences if it meant the eradication of every aspect of a Jewish person or every aspect of a black person or every aspect? Now, if they tell you out of convenience that, oh yeah, they would still support that, you know they're lying. You can immediately segue into, well, what about the workplace? Would you like to see a business that discriminates against blacks like it discriminates against white males? Would you like to see international corporations celebrating the whitening of their workforce, as today they celebrate the white erasure of their workforce? Now, at that moment, that's getting a little bit too close. That's not at least 9 months off. That's right now. And you can really out them with that. So focus on where it's coming from. It's coming from a place of hatred for the white race. It's not an expression of love. It's never been. Never call these people bleeding hearts. Never call them lovers. Never, nothing like that. They're just hardcore anti-whites. They're making an excuse to arrive at a biological white erased conclusion. And nothing can be more evil. That's genocide, my friends. And you can mention that to the person you're talking with. Don't jump in with the asinine white genocide, though. But you can mention that it would ultimately mean the biological white erasure of Western kind from planet Earth. And that would be awful. Would they feel that way about the snail darter? Would they like to see the American buffalo obliterated and no longer in existence? How about, would they like to see the various hues of rhino? They're all the same animal. The white rhino, the black rhino. If you're not an expert, you can't tell the difference. Would they be fine with the eradication of either version? Of course they wouldn't. Then they'll tell you as much, and you'll have them. And then you'll have them saying how they're not actually anti-white. And that's exactly where you want to have them. You know what I mean? All right. I think we'll save the other two because we are just about out of time. I want to make sure I did not miss anybody's comments. But what a victory. What a real world victory. Looks like we have everybody on entropy. And I love this comment from Land of the Fake. There is no community with more moral courage than this community. Amen. So glad that you're here. One of the champions. Now I'm going to be back on Wednesday, without question. Wednesday, 7 p.m. Is the schedule, Eastern Standard Time. And we will have it will be a roll-in Church of the West, and I'll be looking for you. Hopefully you'll make it. And we'll be addressing maybe shake up how we do things on the Wednesday. I don't know. We'll see. But I may also show up on the Shade Tree at 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, when and where the situation in my day will permit or not. I'll show up there, and you can ask me questions. People ask me questions directly there. Great questions. We have good conversation there. So I hope to find you, and I hope to see you there and talk about it. Southern Bloom is in the chat. Wow. Salute you, Southern Bloom. Great to see you. Novi Horror is saying miscegenation is one of the cruelest ways which the anti-white powers push on young minds to erase future white families. Exactly. I've argued in educational settings to great success that there's this targeting of white women. And yet white women, if you haven't looked at the stats, they are the least likely to take a non-white partner, or a better way to phrase this, the least likely to choose a partner of another race. At the other end of the spectrum, you have what are called American Indians, and they're the highest, according to the data that I've seen. Now, of course, the year is against the door, so it's my opinion. Maybe I don't know how to read. And so I couldn't read the data. But check it out for yourself. But apparently, what I thought I read was that American Indians have the highest rate of choosing partners of other races, which is, incidentally, the actual cause for their erasure. Why there are fewer and fewer. Are there any pure ones anymore? I mean, to call them pure, whatever they were before we arrived the second time, because they weren't Mongolians anymore, were they? They looked different. They were bigger. They definitely looked different, almost like they had bred with some other group, some other gene pool got into their pool and changed them up a little bit. But whatever that was, that's, I think, almost gone. And that's a consequence of their decision. So I argued that white females, since they are targeted by anti-whiteism and all of the ads and the movies, and we see it endlessly. We all know it. It's one of the most offensive things that's pushed, is for white women to find non-white males superior in every way, white males inferior in every way, pushed endlessly everywhere you turn. And so I argued, going way back in the day, that white females should be given the choice by being able to hear all of the positives of the white race, all of the achievements of the white man. Because I have no, and let me tell you, it landed the teacher absolutely stymied, totally stymied. What? You want the white women to have a choice about mates? You want them to be able to hear both sides? I wasn't even arguing anything like, well, this group over here didn't do that or that group. I just said, okay, well, fine. But let's also let the white women hear the truth about white male achievement, what we've accomplished. And I feel pretty damn sure that if a white woman is presented with the options, with all of the information, even just a smattering of the information of a white man's successes, all that we've done, she'll make the right choice as soon as we see the right choice, and that is to produce white babies. As soon as they have any sight of our achievements, it's going to be simple. Brian reposted the stream. God bless you, brother. And good to see you. All right. I don't think I see any more tags. Over here. I wonder if the trolls realize that it's a girl that takes you down immediately. You don't know that she has like a savant ability. She can see a sentence. She can see a whole page and know what's on it. And you're like, I'm going to sneak this in there. Good luck. Have I ever done man on the street videos? No. But I could do that. We talked about doing it, especially in that town in Arkansas. Maybe that would be the place to do it, because without question, I could get everyone agreeing that discriminating against the white race on the basis of our birth is evil, that anti-whiteism therefore should not be tolerated or permitted in these United States or in any country across the West. 100% guaranteed. 100%. And everybody just intuitively knows, and those who have been here know for sure, that would be no problem. That's not a big stretch at all. But Aaron, thank you for the question. I think that will be something that will happen in the future. NoWhiteGuilt.org says, the compound censored spoke anti-whiteism to Alex Jones. And Alex Jones said, anti-white racism. What are you going to do? I mean, He talked about fluoride in the water, I think, because he was gulping it. But I'd go on a show and I'd educate him. All right. Well, it's been a glorious victory again. And thank you, anti-white, anti-non-white, anti-whites, for showing up and proving how right we are and how wrong you all are. It's one victory after another, and there'll be more colossal victories like this, arresting our victimization. And there'll be even bigger victories. This will spread exactly as it is spreading now, exactly as I said it would spread. And the heroes that are here now will continue to improve their abilities. They will become gods in their own rights, knights of the white table in their own rights. They will effectuate change for white well-being. Others will learn from them as is happening. We'll continue spreading. Sloth says, you need a throne. I do need a throne. Thank you. I do need a throne. If only to piss off the Jew spurgs, the schmucks and the cucks out there. If only for that. I need a throne. But otherwise, let this fill yourselves with the strongest of gales, our champion, Homeless Bear, conquering anti-whiteism at the workplace, the changing of the curriculum there, and who knows what could come of that. Only time will tell. God and time will tell. God bless every single one of you. Give a prayer for white well-being, and I love you all. See you all next time.